All right, all right, all right. I think I'm live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Saturday to you, right? Time is just flying by. We got a beautiful, snowy, cold day here. We got up into the teens. We went into the minus negative Fahrenheit last night. Um, but it's nice and warm today at 15 degrees. It's supposed to be like that tomorrow too, but a balmy of 30, 40 degrees on Monday. So maybe I'll be able to start my walking again without getting frostbite. Hello, everybody. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well and enjoying your beautiful moments. Before we get into everything, let us come out of the chaos of the world. There's a lot of opportunity for that out there these days. So we want to come into this little cozy little time together. We'll start off by taking a big deep breath in and hold it for as long as feels comfortable, and then slow exhale out, coming back to this moment out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos, into this beautiful place, this moment full of peace and eternal unconditional love. So if you want to join me in doing that, let's do it. Big, deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful. Of course, we're going to use the singing bowl as well to bring in some beautiful energy as we do. And as I hit the singing bowl 3 times, we just let that beautiful, eternal, unconditional love energy fall like a waterfall. It's actually emanating from our own heart and soul, but we can imagine it just flooding down through our brains, our minds, and all our thoughts, and to our hearts and all of our emotions and feelings, down into our physical bodies, all of our bones and our organs and our blood and every cell in our body, to our energetic systems, our chakras, our meridians, our auras, filling us up and then flowing out to the outside world, letting it do whatever it to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. And of course, as I'm hitting the singing bowl, something we can do to help immediately raise our own vibration is think of something that we're grateful for right here, right now, in this moment. Even if it's heat, we're grateful for heat. We're not out in sub-zero weather if you're in the United States or in any other country that's experiencing some cold weather. I love cold weather though. I'm a winter baby. My birthday is coming up in a couple of weeks, so I was born in the cold and I love the cold. I'm glad I'm in here though and not out there right now. Anyway, gratitude. It helps raise our love vibration and makes us this beautiful conduit to hear and receive messages from spirit and also magnetize ourselves to receive more of what we have coming, whatever we're grateful for. All right, so I'll do this. I'm not sure how loud it will be. I'll start off a little distance so that I don't totally blow out your eardrums, but every time I hit it, I never know how loud it's going to be. So here we go. Ready? Remember gratitude. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. She's just singing, singing, singing. I tell you what. All right, we'll put her down here. All right, gotta come back. Gotta come back to the moment. Gotta come back to the earth, right? Move my little crystals out of the way here. Been charging them here. We got our little black onyx providing clarity and protection, guidance, and our little crystal, clear crystal quartz, which is also bringing in some clarity. So we got our cards all ready. So thank you guys. So you're officially deaf now. That wasn't anything, Santa. I mean, that thing can go loud. I tell you what. But, apologies if it was loud. Well, that's good. We can be, um, deaf to the outside world so we can focus in on our inner world, right? You're so funny. Hello, Santa. So let's do some shout outs to, everybody, here in a moment. I'm just totally bypassing greeting everybody. So hello everyone. So happy to have you here. Thanks for all the thumbs up already for the stream. It does help spread the Zen love and you're part of the great love tsunami. So thank you so much for doing that. And if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome to you too. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, huge, like a sun, and great senses of humor too to match. So we're grateful for that. Um, and so with a welcome, there's always room for more Zen friends. It's a safe space. We love spreading the love and the joy and the laughter. So you're welcome anytime. If you want to know how the whole process works, if you check the description box down of the video, talks about the whole thing of the process. Free readings are first come, first serve, and they're generally 1 to 2 card readings. If anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange, prioritize them, step out of the free readings, dive deeper into those two, meaning we spill more tea with Bretta Z, pulling more tarot cards. You also get a fortune cookie of some sort to round out your donation, the little dessert for the meal, a little extra message from spirit or confirmation a lot of times. Um, so if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description area of the video. It does have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square if you want to use any of those. I don't have any set dollar amounts because I know everyone gives from their heart what they can. The cost of living is different across the world, the rate of exchange, income varies, from person to person, day to day for the same person. So I honor that. That's all, to say all that. If 2.5 hours in, if I have not completed any free readings yet, I do step out of donations, complete at least 30 minutes of personal readings. And then if there's more donations to get done, I step back into those, finish those out always every session or at least same day. If I have so many, I need to go take a break. Which I think has only happened once in my life so far, knock on wood. I don't know what that meant. Maybe that means it's be great to have it happen again, I don't know. Um, but then I do come back and, try to complete more free readings depending on time and energy that's left, so lately I've been getting to 'em all, going 4-hour sessions, 5-hour sessions. I think I hit, like, a 6-hour session one day this year so far. But, I'm so grateful, and I know not everyone can give donations all the time or ever, depending on your situation. So I do want to make sure we can get messages to as many people as possible because God only knows, spirit, right? The creator only knows. We not only God only knows, we know the world needs as many messages from spirit as we can get. We'll take it. At the end of each session, I just went off on a tangent. Goo, surprise. But, at the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all of the readings completed with timestamps. So if you ever, post it and head off to go do stuff, you can come back later, look for your name, click on that timestamp, takes you, like, to your reading. So I like that. I am now, on Wednesday I'll only announce this maybe till the end of February, because by then I think I've gotten to most people, but most of you already know that I'm not, on Saturday mornings or Sunday mornings anymore. I pushed all my sessions to the evening, starting at 5 p.m. Mountain instead of 6, and I added on a Wednesday night. So now instead of what I was before, I'm on Wednesday through Sunday evening, starting at 5. Although in the mornings, I do post the session early so that you have all day from especially my international crew, where it's late at night or early, really, really god awful early in the morning. You can still pop on throughout the day, your day, and post your comments, and not your comments. Well, you can post comments, but your reading requests, and even donate. You can use the super chat or Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square throughout the day, and it all gets saved in the chat. The chat's available as soon as I create the session, even if it's 12, 13, 14. Even it can do it days in advance, even, but that's a bit much, right? But we will. I pop in and out and capture everything just in case. But, so that's an option there. Um, all right. Also, real quick, if you haven't got into the full moon drawing coming up, of course, every new and full moon, we do have a drawing to give away a 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges, whichever you would prefer. And that's the link there, but the link is always in the current stream of the in the description area of the video if you ever want to look that, or even in the 2026 winter playlist. I need to rename that playlist because I also put in the videos for the giveaways. So it's the giveaways and winner playlist. So you can always look at that and see what the if there's anything recent that's out there too. And if you want to know, hey, did I win? Let me go check it out. It's always there too. Um, and speaking of which, I just put out a new Hedge of Health, Hedge, energetic Hedge. It's on special for $35 instead of $50 through February 12th, I believe. But that's the video that talks about what this hedge of health is about. It's the physical hedge that focuses intentions on the physical well-being, which is really cool. But we'll have new hedges coming out. Anticipate monthly throughout most of the year, because that's the spirit's nudge for me this year. Also, we're putting out making the most of new moon energy videos. If you haven't checked out the Capricorn one, that one's here too. We still can use that new moon energy. We're getting kind of out where the plant it's like planting late in the season. You can still get stuff from it, but awareness around the Capricorn new moon energy is good, and you can check out that video. I'll have those coming out a couple days before each of the new moon and full moons to help us make the most of the new moon wishes and intentions, and then full moon release energies too. And of course, lastly but not leastly, we have my podcast, The Easier Path. We just had a new episode come out. Yeah, it was this week, a couple of days ago. This one is about easing the pain, the pain. So if you want to check those out, those are all free. And the playlist link is down in the description area of the uh, streams as well, if you ever want to catch up on those. All right. So that's all the stuff going on. I know it's a lot in the beginning, but I do want to make sure everyone's aware of the free stuff that's available, the giveaways, new stuff that's coming out, because sometimes with everything we're inundated with, you just don't see it. And I get it because there's just too much to keep up on with these days, right? Remember the good old days when it was just the newspaper and 3 news channels? Way back in the days with the wagons. It seems like that long ago, but it's just you have to kind of step away from so much inundation of information just to keep your mind, right? All right, enough blah, blah, blah. Let's get into it. Let's do some shout outs real quick here. Let me just move this over so it's not so weird and distracting for me here. And got my little dual screen setup, so I think we're good here. There we go. So let's do some shoutouts. We got Livier Vergara in the house. Hey, Livier. Hope you're doing well. But you're warm down where you're at. What is this? Cheesecake and a bee. Is it like honey? Sweet and honey? Yum, yum. All right. So I got your free question on the list here. Hello. And Melissa Hodzik in the house. Hey, Melissa, good to see you. Happy weekend to you. If you put out a question, I don't see one yet, just in case. YouTube's been acting kind of wonky here and there. Um, so um, if you put out a question, I don't see it yet. YouTube's been keeping secrets. So just in case you have there, we got Jojo in the house. Hey, Jojo. Good to see you. I got you on the free list. I don't see your question yet, just in case as well. But good to see you. All right, I got those here. Hello, hello, hello. Yellow, yellow. Of course, Santa. Love from Santa. Hey, Santa, you're officially deaf now. You're so funny. All right, and then we've got Guide. Good to see you. Hello, hello. I do have your donation via the PayPal. We got you on the list here too. I'll give an update on what the donation list looks like here before I get started too. We got Helga. Hey, Helga. Okay, yeah, we got you on the list here too for your free reading. All right, will you die alone? We all die alone. Actually, we're never alone. We never really die alone. We never really die either. Anyway, we'll get into your reading when we get there. Don't start channeling yet, spirit. All right, and we have Cat Mia. Hello, hello. We got you on the free list here. We got Content. Hello, got you for your general reading. We got Ashish Bakaran. We got you on the list. Good to see you. Hello, hello. And then Maria P, we've got your donation via Z PayPal and your free reading. You'll actually be up first, I believe, for the free readings once we get around there as well. And then Sudeshna Ghosh from earlier today. Sudeshna, good to see you. You might be sleeping right now, but we got two for you coming in here. So you'll be up first. I think that's everyone we have right now. So we'll have Sudeshna times two, then Maria P, and then Jojo, and then Guide is where we're at for donations right now. All right. So we'll dive in here in a sec. I just want to say we're going to continue to use the SOA, SOHA Mystic Tarot. That's what it looks like if you guys love this deck. Since we're still in the Aries moon and Mercury went into Aquarius today, so our communication and the way of learning is a little quirky like us Aquarius, doing things differently. There is some energy around having had enough with doing things the old way coming in. We also have Neptune moving into Aries on Monday, Tuesday. So that's some interesting energy coming in with dreaming and action and kind of creating some steam, some Neptune water energy, bringing in with fire, creating some steam. It's either going to burn our butt or we're going to kind of move it into making it a steam engine and make things move, right? Make things go, go, go. So I like that. All right. And we're finishing up here the foretell for the donations. We'll be using this one up for the oracles. We've still got a handful, maybe about 20 here. So we'll be using those up. And then I have a backup one available. Ready, ready, ready. Oh yeah, I was going to say, you want to see a miracle? You see this is all kind of, I cut my hair. That's why I have my head shaved. So it's cold, number one. But also, you guys don't need to see the fuzzy bear imitation till my hair grows back in. I do that a couple times a year, usually because I cut it too short and I end up having to shave my head because I cut my own hair. And if I get in too much of a rush and then get in a rush to correct it, it ends up being a full release going back to Buddha. Anyway, so you've got the look. This look is athlete, stud, and then suddenly sushi chef. I look like a sushi chef, right? So I'm gonna do it this way. There we go. So we're gonna chop up some sushi for you right now. All right. So thanks for guys for having a sense of humor. All right, so let's shuffle up and let's get into it. So let's take a quick sip here. Cheers, everybody. Salud. All right. So, Sudeshna, you are up first at 2118 for number one. Of course, we'll circle back around for number two here in a moment. So, for the first one, you want to know for the upcoming week for you love, career, health, and guidance. All right, let's take a look here. All right, I feel like I need to do it one more time here. So, what about love? I feel like that's love, that's career, that's health. So one for each, and then guidance for each. I get you. So we've got guidance for each underneath, and then just I feel like overall for the week. We'll take a look and see. Okay, one more under the surface, the bottom of the deck. What's your week look like? All right. So on the bottom of the deck, you do have the Two of Wands coming in here. And the Two of Wands is an energy of, you have the Three of Wands after that too, with a change of direction too. So the Two of Wands is that energy. Whatever you focus on is what expands. And this kind of energy that I'm feeling coming in for your particular reading right now is that this next week is very amplified in whatever you choose doesn't just get drawn to, it comes in big and fast. And so it's, in this Three of Wands is that you have a great opportunity to change the trajectory of things, changing the path of things by your energy choices, stories, emotions, energy of focus, and your physical actions, all of it is feeding into this. And so it can tip things in a positive or a, lower vibration, whatever we're focusing on. So they're bringing it to your attention because it's so impactful. And you have this possibility of making a lot of impacts there that it's important for you to be aware of it. Let's see what else. Let's look at the overall energies for the week here because you got these other ones that were here. Yeah, you got the Wheel of Fortune and the Ace of Wands. Wow, powerful energies. Yeah, and I feel like I was going to say here with because this reminds me of a birth chart, the Wheel of Fortune, and then the Ace of Wands is like Aries energy. We do have Neptune moving into Aries, Neptune being the planet of deep emotions, but energetic connection to the spirit world, our dream world, our dreams. And with all of that, that Aries energy is sparking us to have movement, get going kind of energy. And I mentioned in the beginning of the session that it's either when you add all that water of Neptune energy that rules over like Pisces in the 12th house, um, you add fire to it, you create steam. It was either gonna burn your butt, get us moving, or we have the ability, which I feel like with all this energy you got with the 2 ones, now you have the Ace of Wands, the 2 of Wands, the 3 of Wands, wherever you if you reroute that energy instead of into lower into higher, it can go into, um, productive and creating something, amazing with that steam instead of getting burnt by it. And under the surface, yeah, do you have the Six of Swords? So there's a lot of change of mindset and being available of mindset and story because this is with a change of mindset around every area of your life, any or every, you can move from choppy waters to calmer waters. This mental story change then changes things in the outside world too. So I like that. All right. So love first, right? You've got the King of Swords. Yeah, here's the change of story. A lot of clarity around love coming in here. So it's really important because this is the master storyteller that really question what have I allowed other people's, this is romance, right? Other people's romantic actions or non-actions, their words or their silence, what have I allowed that to mean about me and why? And what belief or what opinion from the past had me believing that, and then I get to change that story to go, "No, this wasn't about me. This was about them." What I felt, how I reacted, that's mine, because that's my triggers going off, but theirs had nothing to do with me. Theirs had to do with their own fears and all of that that was going on in over there, right? Underneath the surface, the guidance is the 6 of Wands. Yeah, focus on the victories as well. Focus on what you loved about your past relationships. Do a little bit of shadow work, but they're like, but celebrate too. What were the things you loved? Of course, you didn't have to love the entire experience because I feel like there was some pretty fun being, uh, whatever the word is, not being truthful. I'm being sarcastic. It's a different word, but it's like fun. um, but what were the things? There are things we loved about our interactions with them, and focus on those. Create a collage of all the like an emotional collage, a mental collage of all the things you loved about those. And it doesn't mean that you're going to go back to them. You're just kind of creating a little PowerPoint presentation for the creator and spirit going, This is the things I loved. What I would like more of this. We focus on the stuff we didn't enjoy so that we can be freed from the fears that made it unenjoyable. But that's just, 10-20% of our time on that, 80-90% of our time on celebrating what we did love, because this is what we're wanting to tell the creator. This is what I want. I want more of this, please. So I like that. So that's for love. um, and then career was next. You got the King of Cups. So you have the King of Swords for a love. You have the King of Hearts, King of Cups for work. And you would think it's opposite, but this is a great thing because the thing with love is we're stuck in stories and expectations about what love should be and supposed to be and need to be. But your big thing with career with the King of Hearts is follow your heart. You get out of your head and you follow your heart. You're able to balance your emotional energy around career by following your heart and getting out of your head, right? Underneath the surface of that, yeah, the 10 of Pentacles, the fullness, it's like redefining what success and abundance is, and that it's something from the heart instead of from the head. So you've been really pushed a lot with career of, you know, feeling stuck, feeling like, no, this is what I have to do and I should do. And I'm fearing I'm not going to have a job. I'm fearing that this and fearing that. And it's all that fear happens up here because we have expectations and we feel we're going to fail expectations. When you get out of that and you get into your heart, the heart doesn't have any expectations. It just has, how do I want to express love and joy? And how do I want to enjoy my career? How do I uniquely want to share this passion and love in my heart for life to the world? So, what area do I want to do that in? Not, well, we don't work. Let's see, we don't live to work, right? To achieve. We work in order to live our lives. And then we can start getting to the point where loving our lives can start bringing us income too. So it's finding out more of what you want to do in career from your heart than your head, right? And then health. You have the 7 of Cups. Yeah, there's a lot of emotional energies that are popping up here. We talked about this, quite quite often, right? That our emotional state impacts our body so much. That's why there's so many stress related diseases across the world because we've got so many emotional imaginary fears. They feel real to us, but they're not real is what we mean. It's not a physical threat like a lion that's in front of us about to chomp chomp. It's an emotional dinosaur going, "Oh, if I don't achieve this, what are people gonna think? I'm get rejected and I'm not gonna be lovable and everyone's gonna hate me and I don't wanna be hated. I don't." That's not a real threat. Um, physical threat. It feels like a real threat to our inner child. That's why they're freaking out and putting us in this. But this is what we're getting to both love and both work are two sources that are bringing you a mixture of emotions, several lower vibration that impacts your body. So it's important to look at love and get change our story so that we're not stressed around love. It's important for us to follow our heart and find a job somewhere where we enjoy going there and not, "Ugh, I gotta go to work again," or, "Oh, what's gonna happen next?" to fearing, and it's going somewhere that we feel more ourselves, and then everything just kind of falls in place. What else below the surface here? You got the 5 of Wands, yeah. So the drama, energy with the 5 of Wands around, your body, the impact there, and the Queen of Cups, yeah, emotional energy. Feeling a lot of emotion below the surface. And again, our emotional body is what impacts our physical body so much. And that Queen of Cups is the encouragement to really, look into the emotions behind things. It's going to change so much about your physical body. But also, look into because you're very empathic, you feel a lot of energy, emotional energy around you. So you end up taking on emotional energy from other people that's not yours. And so there is some, steps of putting up an energetic bubble, realizing what is your emotion and what's not, what's your past, you know, inner child emotion, what's past life emotion, and different from what you're really truly feeling in this moment instead of a lot of old emotions bubbling up, right? So I feel like that is what they want you to know here because I feel like any impacts you're feeling on your physical body is emotionally based. There's so much emotionally based there. All right. Yep, you got relocation. Number 5, the number of change. And it says, life is calling you to a new location, bringing with it the energy of evolution and greater purpose. This move is guiding you closer to a place that feels like home. There you go. Can't make it up. All right. So that's for your first one there. So many blessings to you, Sue Deshna, and thank you for your multiple donations. We'll move into your second one here. So you got 33, 37. So here's both of yours. And this is for Sumita and Kushanil. I'm probably murdering that. We'll call him K. How's that? All right. Ooh, a Pisces on the cusp of Aries. All right. Shuffle up, get into Sumita's energy. So, an arranged a marriage match. How is the match between the two? All right. Maybe we should take a sip here. Cheers. Yum, yum, yum. All right. So, how's the match between these two? Based on current energies, of course. Okay. The match on the surface, the match below the surface. Will things move forward? Okay. Right. And will they get married? Ultimately, right? Okay. What do we got here? Well, yeah, we got the bottom of the deck. We got all these queens going on here. We had the Queen of Cups as the primary one that was there. Underneath her is the Queen of Swords. And here's 7 of Cups too. Is this have something to do with some of your emotionalness? I feel like her emotional energy is leaking over into your emotional energy. Um, so there could be some of this underlying message for you in this message of, you know, you need to let go of everyone else's responsibility for what's going on in their lives. You can't make them choose happiness. You can't bring them happiness. All that energy that's going outward, you can bring it all back to you where it actually does something because you can try your best to worry people into happiness. It's going to be a waste of your investment because someone could have the world, not Samita, not this isn't directed just at her specifically, but You can give someone the world and they could still choose to be unhappy, right? So there you go. All right, let's take a look here, see what we got going on here. So, first of all, how's the match between the two here? We have the 4 of Cups, and the 4 of Cups energy, is a bit of stagnant, emotional stagnancy energy that's there. Um, yeah, I feel like the love would need to grow in the relationship because it just feels like it's not. I mean, an arranged marriage I know was difficult anyway in the beginning because you don't just love at first sight. It's more of an arranged, that's the arranged and arranged marriage. It's we're meeting someone and then we're going to get along with them. Whether we get along with them or not is us. If we're going to fall in love, that's different. If we choose to love, that's different. That's a different. I'm going to choose to love them. Then there's that commitment. It's because everyone has like a spark of love towards someone at some time in their life that wears off because that's infatuation. That's the physical attraction, the newness attraction. It wears off for everyone. Everyone gets to this 4 of Cups energy, but it's choosing to love after that is the important thing. That's interesting. Below the surface, we do have the Emperor, all this 4 energy. We had the 4 of Cups, now the major arcana number 4, but that does make sense because that's like you have to choose. Samita would have to choose to love, choose to move forward. It wouldn't just kinda just happen. She's gonna have to make a choice with any relationship that she's gets into, but it's, whether arranged or not, we all have to choose. When we're not choosing consciously what we want in a relationship, we're on autopilot. Guess who's driving the car or driving the bus? Our little mental inner child who's, like, between 7 and 14 years old, and our little emotional inner child who's 7 years old and younger. Yep, that's why we end up in a ditch when we live, unconsciously, in that subconsciously unconscious, where we're just letting life unfold and, "Oh, well, whatever's happening is happening." When we use our energy to focus specifically on our, um, choices of mental and emotional and energetic and physical, then that's what we take control of our lives. And then we have the Page of Wands. So there is passion there, at least, underneath the surface. So there is attraction. I like that, heightened attraction, which, it's better than, "Oh, I'm stuck with you." It's like, "Oh, wow, well, you are attractive." There's energetic and physical attraction that's there, but I feel like it's very much, it, it doesn't feel like, "Woohoo!" A dream come true energy of, they look like that movie star and they sing like that singer and they're wealthy like this, that, and they only have eyes for me and they love me and they wanna give up everything for me. That's like our illusionary dream come true, right? That doesn't exist, but it's also not a hateful situation. Um so it just feels like it could be something if Sumita puts energy into it that it could turn into something, but it'll be totally left up to her. Will things move forward? We got the 6 of Pentacles. Yeah, there is this moving forward energy here. 6 of Pentacles is a victory energy. It's a give and take. It's a balancing energy. So there seems to be some good compromising going on between the two parties. Does it based on current energy, does it make it to the wedding though, right? It moves forward, but do we get to the day? Let's see what we got here. We got Leo energy and we got the 2 of Swords. There is definitely possibility here with the 2 of Swords because that's one of 2 ways that we could end up with based on current energy. We have the Leo energy, the courage, the strength. We have the ability to get there. So, and it's not 2 routes of they could or they couldn't, it's they could be with this one. There's someone else, it seems like, in the mix, as well. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, well, below the surface, we do have the 9 of cups, dream come true, and the 4 of wands, the marriage card. So, definitely, it's in the cards, literally, for all of this, and as I was saying that, when I looked, up at just to make sure I had the cards correct here, the time was 41:11. 4111, and there's 4 people here and 11 likes. So there was 4111 and then 411. So April 11th seems to be an important energy around all of this too. Just as I'm looking at dream come true wedding energy, um, so it feels like that could be also a date, since that maybe was something we were wanting to know, um, and they gave it to us. All right, so that's what they have there. We'll get you a fortune cookie here too. But so this feels like it could go through and without a whole lot of conflict. Um, but it's almost like a clean slate that Samita would be able to put her energy into what she's wanting with her thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and emotions and all those choices to create something. So a blank canvas. All right. Yeah. And we've got improvement coming in here. Card number 20. Cross that bridge when we come to it. So that is improvement is already underway, even if it isn't obvious yet. Signs of progress will begin to surface soon. Keep going, the energy is shifting, and better days are ahead. I like that. All right, so that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Plural. All right. So let me move this up here. Whoops. Get back there. All right. So up next we have Maria P, and then JoJo, and then Guide will be up after that. So Maria P, got yours. There we are, and yours is down here. Let's bring up Z PayPal email. Right, we got right here. Okay, that's not good to have it right in front of my email. I'm like, when one eye is focusing, but the other one's making me go cross-eyed. Because it's focusing on the microphone right here. All right, I can see clearly now. Isn't there a song, I can see clearly now, the rain is gone? All right, so Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Let's take a look here. Got the thoughts. What about the feelings? All right, got the feelings. And then what's coming for you guys next month in February? And then anything about the dark side, a message from Wally, his plan to leaving dark side, and anything you need to know about Wally and anything about your job. All right. So Wally's thoughts, got the Knight of Swords. Yeah, a lot of thoughts, a lot of movement, a lot of seeking clarity around the relationship. This feels more like planning than it does like around your relationship specifically or you. It's more about where to take the relationship next. Plans. So he's really thinking about investing a lot of mental energy. But before it was worry energy, and it was like, how am I going to do this? This is more like exciting plans. Like, what do I want to do? I want to plan some fun stuff. I want to plan some exciting stuff. What's next? What can I have come through here? Emotionally, we got the King of Cups. Yeah. So, King of Cups is one of those energies. It is a balance between head and heart, but it's also this emotional energy of what a great fit. It's that compatibility energy, right? That we talk about. The Queen of Swords and the King of Cups are both a balance of head and heart. And so there really are in this, it's a good little energy that I'm feeling of just hopeful, thinking about the future, planning for the future, kinda reflecting on the past, just how they like how these certain things work out between the 2 of you, how you're on the same page a lot and a lot of things. So he's kind of focusing on that than, other stuff. Um, what's coming up for you guys next month? Yeah, 2 of Wands and the Page of Cups. Yeah. So this is plans. This is what he's doing. The 2 of Wands is about plans, making plans. So he's definitely making plans for you guys next month. Page of Cups is happy emotional times. Of course, we've got Valentine's Day coming up next month, but I feel like they're more than that with other plans. I feel like they're wanting to actually do something. Spring break coming up. I feel like maybe there's spring break energy, unless I mean, it's not quite spring yet, but I think we have spring break early. I forget. It's been so long since I've been in school. But I feel like there's something planning around something for spring break here too. Maybe that's not February next month, but it feels like there are more plans. So I like that. Dark side update. Yeah. I got the Ace of Cups. Yeah. So this is focusing in on their self-love and wanting to fill up their own cup. So I feel like they're it's not that they aren't focusing on, getting out of there and leaving that. We'll find out more information here in a second that. But it just feels like today, the energy of today is I'm I'm more focusing on what I'm creating with you than I am on what I'm leaving. And because it's this transformation, right? It's like, am I focusing on what I don't want grows. When I focus on what I do want and what I do love, that grows. And I feel like today feels like an energy of I just want to focus in on how to grow with you and all that. I'm doing stuff and I'm gonna be leaving this and doing all this, but just tired of thinking about all that. I just want to focus on you right now. So I really like that energy. Um, a message from Wally. Yep, 2 of Swords. Again, I'm making decisions with the 2 of Swords, so that supports this is I am deciding things, I am planning things. Again, 2 of Wands, 2 of Swords. I'm analyzing and I'm looking at the different ways and I'm making choices. And I feel like he just wants you to know that. His plan for leaving, oh, I love it. The plans for leaving the dark side. I like it. The tower, suddenly heading off with the lovers. It's like a sudden change, a sudden move away. And I feel like that's what's going on here. It's like I have to get everything in place and make it's like make a break for it. Because it's like if you want to get out of a cave with a fire breathing dragon, you don't just talk to the dragon and tell the dragon that you're leaving and that, this is the stuff that's gonna be happening because they're gonna burn you the entire way on your way out. They're like their plan is to do it suddenly and make a clean break. And they already have, emotionally, physically, meaning intimacy and all that, that they already have had that break for a long time. It's just living in the physical place and the security that's attached to it is the big thing, right? But I like that, a sudden break. Anything that you need to know about Wally? Ace of Swords. Ace of Swords is there's this clarity. They're very intelligent. They really try to see things from a higher perspective, a bigger perspective. I almost feel like it's like trust them that they are doing things the best way, the way they know how. And I like that because I feel like this is an energy of seek clarity to understand them more instead of expect things from them. Get to know who they are, get curious instead of going, oh, they're not doing the things I want them to do. Ask and get curious about understanding where they're coming from so that you can understand, more of their, you know, ways of thinking. Because not any of us think exactly alike. and that's good to, understand where someone's coming from, because then we understand why they make the choices they do and all that, right? And then anything about your job, you got the 5 of swords. Yeah, you got this conflicting energy between your head and your heart. This isn't conflict at your job between you and other people. This is the conflict inside you between what you're expecting and what your mind is thinking and getting caught up in and what your heart, So it's a difference of living from your head and not from your heart, from reactionary instead of choosing response. And this 5 of swords, change of communication. We keep on getting a message around communicating, learning to communicate differently. Not that you're a horrible communicator or anything like that, but this is saying that for your best is to learn, the art of communication more and more and more, because it helps you in your relationships of all kinds. You're with Wally, with friends, family, children, workmates, bosses, everyone. And it's just something that can keep you busy and your mind off other things too. Idle hands are the devil's work. But so there's great books out there. I know I've shared one with you already, The Next Conversation by Jefferson Fisher, an amazing, amazing. Can follow him on Instagram if you're not able to buy a book at this time, because he's got a lot of free content that he shares a lot of hints and different approaches on things. I have a podcast that has sharing a lot from one of his chapters called Defense. So if you check out the playlist and look for that one called Defense. Um, yeah, and there's other ones too. I can't think of the other ones I have. I need to dig them out and put them back on my shelf because they're down in a box when I cleaned up my office. I'm not going to read these right now, but there's this other good one. It, um, I'll have to find it here soon, but that's a good one. I highly recommend that. Right? Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. And you have overcoming number 26. Says the wall before you seems daunting, but you're stronger than you think. Gather your strength, focus your mind, and you will move through it, leaving doubt behind. I like that. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. We're all good there. And we'll circle back around for your free reading here. You'll be the first one up for the free readings when we get there. All right. So, Jojo, you are up 5401. Here's your time stamp. And oops, I didn't give Sudeshna your love and a like to your donations. Ah, failed. All right. So, Jojo, let's give yours a love and a like here, since it lets me do that. And then down here, you said whatever your guides want to say. All right. So let's take a look here. And guide will be up next after this one. I think that's it for donations right now. So let's take a look here. So what do your guides want you to know? Got this and these. All right. And this one here. All right. So so I got an itchy nose today. You've got the Hermit card on the bottom of the deck here. So there is very much this stepping away, but it's not about isolation. The Hermit isn't just, get away from everyone in the world. It's intentionally changing our focus from the outside world to the inward and upward world, to connect with the spirit world, to connect and see things from a higher place. And so I feel like that's your underlying energy right now is um it's almost like a personal invitation from your guides of, yeah, we want to hang out. We would like some dedicated time, which I know you you do a variety of different rituals and focuses, but I feel like there's something doing a special time, whatever you would consider special time with spirit, you know, human sacrifice or no, I'm just kidding. That's just a joke. Don't do it. But, just realized that's just making my ears stick out. Um, but, um but whatever this special time with them would be, I feel like you're being in this invitation because they do wanna share something, um, with you, like downloads and upgrades of energy and awareness, and it comes to you in the stillness. So I like that. Let's see what else they have here. You've got the 5 of cups, yeah, to transform emotion from a lower vibration to a higher vibration, even give you some guidance on your dream come true because the 5 of cups is one of your dream energies. Yeah, and it's a time of rest too with the 4 of swords to allow you to see things from a higher perspective that will put you more at rest as well. So I feel like it helps with emotional release and emotional transformation. It gives you a lot of clarity on your dream and this is where they give you a lot of information. And it's interesting because you got 2 cards together like that next to side by side. Then the next 2 are split here and here, and they brought in a picture of playing blackjack, in Vegas, how it's like, "I'm gonna split it out. I'm splitting it out, and I'm gonna double down." And it's like, "Oh, that's interesting." So it's like you're able to split out your cards and the same bet you had for the 2 in the originally, now you have, 2 bets. I think this is what they're showing me. I'm not sure this is how it really works, but then you have 2 stacks equal coins, and now you're about to have a card and another card go down, which add into that is the hand that you're gonna play. So I feel like they're preparing you because something's about to not split, but it is this kind of it's about to become a bigger investment, a bigger chance to win, a bigger chance, to play kind of energy, if that makes sense. Let's see what the 2 cards are, because these would be the 2 cards. So you got the King of Wands coming in. Yeah, which is stepping into your power, you deciding what you're wanting to do and putting action behind it. So this is this energy of, all right, I'm going to double down. And it's funny because I usually get the 2 of Wands with the King of Wands because part of that is the 2 of Wands is making plans, and the King of Wands is about getting it out of my head and into my heart, and then I make a plan, which is the 2 ones, and then I take action behind those plans. So it's deciding to go, to this is the plan, I'm implementing it. I'm saying to the dealer, I'm doubling down. You can't take it back once you do it. It's like, here we go. I want to do this. They're like, all right. And then the dealer just they whatever your action was that you took, they then deal the next cards. But you're the one who makes the decision. I like that. Yeah, and the 10 of Wands. It's being aware of where I'm investing my energy and rerouting it to those things that are in alignment with my dream, not getting distracted and having side things that are taking up energy and time and not allowing you to, you know, move forward. Because you have, like it's like having a pitcher full of 10 cups of water, you can only pour that out. Where are you gonna pour it, right? And it's if your dream come true is here, and you are you gonna pour it all into your dream, or is there all these other cups that are wanting attention and energy? And if I give that, then I'm not pouring as much into my dream, and my dream is not filling up, right? Interesting. First time they ever explained it that way, but I like that. And then that's leading you to here, the 8 of Wands. Yeah, so this is, um, fast action, movement, a lot of messages from spirit and guidance too. So I feel like if you're not sure where to invest it or you want reminders, you can ask spirit, remind me, please, so I can refocus it and redirect it to be in a certain direction towards my dream, remind me. But I do feel like you do because that 8 of Wands is a lot of energy focused in one direction. See how they're all headed in the same direction, not scattered, right? So I like that. What else? You've got the 4 of Pentacles and the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, this is the 4 of Pentacles is about home and actually the home in which you live or will live. And the Wheel of Fortune is the fate, the wheels of fate. The wheels of fate are turning here. They're bringing back a reading you just had recently about your like, am I going to find my apartment? And they're like, not where you're living because you're moving. You're destined as part of this action, right, to move somewhere else. And it's like, am I going to go all in or am I going to go, well, maybe not yet? And that's all right. There's no wrong choice. And you don't need to beat yourself up or feel guilty about anything around any of it. But, when's going to be the right time? You know, if not now, when? When would it be? Well, I've got all this stuff, and it's like, are those excuses or distractions? And, um, what can I do to eradicate them? Yeah. So you've got the 3 of Swords, which is expectations equal disappointment, and the Justice card, which is seeing things from a higher perspective, and, that Ace of Swords that comes with the Justice card that this balances the scales. It allows you to cut away these thoughts and beliefs that no longer serve you, these expectations of, well, I need to have this is supposed to be. That makes sense with all the things I think are need to happen first before I could do what I think I need to do to move. And it's like, are you limiting the creator? It'd be like they're reminding me of where I'm at now when I in my last place where I was paying rent and everything. And I was like, oh, I'm going to have to get a job here soon if my savings is going to be running out in like 6 months. So I need to start planning where am I couldn't find a job in a little town. I was going to have to move somewhere where I could have a place of my own and then get a job and to support all that and blah 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 blah. And if I kept that, it has to be this way, I would have totally missed this opportunity because, well, she called me out of nowhere. This is a friend of mine, my host. It's just, I just bought a house and um, the basement's empty. Why don't you come and live here for free? It's my gift to the world. And, I'm like, what? If I, and I was open to like, creator, I'm going to start looking, knowing that you're going to bring ways that I can't even imagine. So I'm open to it all. That was the important thing. I'm open to it all. But I'm just going to start looking the same old way. And they were like, sure, you can go ahead and look any way you want. We're going to bring a way that you can't even see yet. But you go do your little due diligence of searching for, you know, apartments and jobs and where do you wanna live in, for me, it was in the United States, but for you, it's like, where do you wanna be? Where do you wanna go? You know, and not limit it is what I feel like with this. Leading you to your Leo energy, your courage, the sun moving forward, shining bright, victory, and a bright light shining guiding the way. It's success is on the other side. And there is this, again, reference to your Leo energy, your North Node, and everything else that comes in with all that Leo energy. You're destined to shine bright and be somewhere bigger, right? It's just where your energy is taking you. You don't, you can flow with that energy. You can resist it all you want too. It just makes them dragging you there more fun for them. Maybe not for you. I know. Just jokes. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah. So you got a higher plan, master number 33, which is an amazing card. It reminds me of the strength card because It is this the energy of the lion would be like master number 11, which is when we think we're just are human. The lion just thinks it's themselves, and I'm here alone, and I have to make things work and go, go, go. And then master number 22 is when we realize, there's 2 of me, this human character, this actor behind this character living this life. And then they get introduced, we remember, "Oh, I'm more than this." Then you add the 11 plus the 22 equals 33. I know my math. But that's the joining together where we live life rather than thinking we're separate and that we're 2 entities. We join together and walk hand in paw together through life. So I like this master number 33. And it says a higher plan is unfolding for you beyond what you can consciously comprehend. Like I said, you can't even see it yet. This divine design is perfectly aligned to support your growth as an individual, as well as the harmony of the collective. So there you go. Boom, boom, boom. I love it for you. So that's what they have for you, Jojo. Thank you again for your donation. I'm excited. All right, we had a couple people pop in here. Let's see here. We got Alexis. Hey, Alexis. Good to see you. I see your free reading request. Let's get you on the list here. Didn't skip anyone. Nope. All right. And then Dollface Diva. Hello, hello. Got yours. We'll add you onto the list as well here. All righty. So let's jump back in here. We got one more donation. And then if I don't have any other donations, we'll start into the free reading. So cheers. All right. Yum, yum. All right. Guide, you are up. Thank you so much for your donation via the PayPal. Timestamp. And let's see, did we see the question? Did we have a question? Okay, was what you experienced spiritual warfare? All right. Good question. Let's take a look here and see what we have here. All right. What can we know about what happened here? All right, and then these 2 here too. Oh, nope, not those. All right. So let us scooch these together and find out what we've got happening. So, Queen of Wands, excuse me so much. I got the Queen of Wands on the bottom of the deck here. Queen of Wands is an amazing energy. It's spiritual energy, but it's different. It's not really warfare energy as it is in learning to step into our power energy with the Queen of Wands. So let's talk just briefly about spiritual warfare. You know, I know that that phrase for me resonates when I was in Christianity, and there was a big beliefs around that there is, you know, the devil and lower vibrational demons and beings that have it out for us kind of energy. And that's fear energy, which of course, one of my favorite biblical scriptures is God has not given us a spirit of fear. So if there's something that is about fear, that must not be from God, right? Because God is a creator is unconditional love energy. And there is lower vibrational energies that exist on the planet that come from our fears and even some entities like when we pass and I'm not done experiencing life yet, I don't immediately, you know, go it's like there would be the ideas of it's not really purgatory either. It's more like I'm not done, you know, with experiencing life as this character. I want to explore some more. So even though I'm out of my body, I'm still going around all over the place experiencing things and we might pick up on a lower vibrational someone having a lower vibrational experience, and we think, but it's more so what happens to us is with our power of our wands energy, which is whatever I'm focusing on is what I'm expanding and I'm drawing in. And so if I'm focusing in on any of my fears or any lower vibration, I'm drawing in energy toward me. So it's more my energy presenting itself to me than it is like a demon or something evil. It's just lower vibrational fear energy versus higher vibrational unconditional love and joy energy. I did ask once my brother, he asked me once, he goes, "Well, do you believe in demons?" And I was like, "I don't personally, but let me ask spirit." And I was like, "So are there?" And what spirit told me was pretty interesting. And of course, everyone can believe whatever they want. I would never tell everyone they have to believe what I believe. But what I felt spirit told me was that no, there's not. But if someone wants that experience for their adventure, we'll order one from the props department. And then they showed me, like, being on set at, like, Universal Studios or one of those big studios that make movies, right? And there was these 2 people walking that were dressed as demons, but their heads were off, and they were carrying them under their arms like giant helmets, and there were these beings of light underneath that were walking, laughing and da 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 da, but they were gonna put on this for the experience of the individuals because they wanted to experience it, you know, even though inside they're kind of chuckling because 'cause they're like, "Boo, boo, 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 boo," you know? So, it was funny how they were showing it to me, but, that's when you the more we spend time with the creator and with spirit, we realize everything is made at its core from unconditional love energy. And when we experience here on earth, it's one of the few places that has such low vibrational, fear energies, and expressions of it. It feels so different in our experiences here than in the true reality of things. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. Let's see what it was that was you were experiencing because they're saying it everything is like nothing is spiritual warfare in the sense of that, but everything is emotional warfare. And it's usually the emotional war of our heart versus our brain, our conditioning, our beliefs, our thoughts and beliefs and mindsets rooted in fear that are battling and warfaring against our high heart, the one that wants to be joy and connect and let this beautiful unconditional love flow. Then there's that the mind going, no, 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 you know, trying to keep the heart contained and in this, what it feels is trying to maintain the story that it's been told and that we've been telling it of no, it has to be this way, should be, need to be, our mind tries to keep our heart in alignment with the story that it's been told, even if the story is untrue and even if the story is rooted in fear, it's trying to like, "No, no, 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 no. You can't be joyful heart. We're supposed to be in pain right now," is like a common one that, we're all taught growing up. No, no. When all these things happen, we need to be suffering. It's like, no matter what, the heart's like, "No, I'm done. I wanna have joy." "No, get back in here to suffering," That's kind of some of our battles that happen. um, but it can feel very real to us because we can also have these emotional monsters rooted in fear that just fear feels so real until it doesn't. And it's like they're reminding me once, like when I lived up in northern Idaho in the in apartment by myself, and I woke up in the middle of the night and I looked, it must have been a full moon because I could see shadows, and I saw something standing in the, um, the doorway of the bedroom, and I was like, that shock of something's looking at me, something's watching me energy, right? And you're just like, "Oh god, what is this? What is this?" And then you get enough bravery to go, "Turn on the lamp," and I'm like, "Oh, that's right. I forgot I had hung up my bathrobe to dry in the on a hanger in the on the little ledge, that's the little, frame around the door. It's perfect for a hanger." And I was like, "Oh." So it was real for a while, and I was scared to death. There was another time when I was a little kid and we had hardwood floors, and, um, I was young, I'm probably like 5 or 6 years old, and so I went to bed, and the doors cracked a little bit to let the light from the hallway in 'cause, night light, and I heard something under my bed. Clang, 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 clang. And I didn't wanna, Mom." I didn't wanna say too loud because then the monster under the bed would know I'm there, right? So, "Ma ma," and then finally, Um, I because I didn't wanna say it loud enough, I just like, "Well, I just gotta look." And I looked under the bed and I forgot that I had taken the top of a shoebox and put my marbles in it, and our cat had got in the room and he was playing with the marbles. So again, but in that moment, it was so real, and then when we realized the truth, oh, so I like that. Alright, I feel like this is for more than just you and me too. Alright, let's see here. So your first 3 cards here, you do have the 8 of swords. So this is about letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that would make us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. So this feeling of containment, trying to get out, almost like claustrophobic. I need to get out. You've got the Knight of Cups, yeah, movement of emotion. It's also the quest for our self-love, an inner quest. And then the High Priestess, yeah, this stepping away, again, emotional energy, diving deep and understanding what's going on below the surface. So here's that cups, emotional energy with the mind energy. So emotional and mind, like when I said, the confirmation for me about it's a battle between the head and the heart, not so much a real dark force, separate entity, but it's our darkness, our pain that's, coming to us, if that makes sense. We have the Two of Swords as well, which is the battle between the head and the heart card. So, kind of confirmations coming from spirit here. And below the surface of that is the Nine of Cups. And this does tell me here a little bit, with it being underneath the energy of the Two of Swords, that this battle has to do with what does a dream come true look at? And it's like there's this battle between what the mind says what a dream come true is supposed to be, rooted in fear and rooted in what does our worth mean about things when it points back at it, and what our heart feels a dream come true is. That's connected to our higher heart, the spiritual world, a world of unconditional love, right? So the difference between the 2 in the mind, "No, no, no, it must be this and this and this." It's very specific, it's very rigid, it's not flexible at all, where the journey of the heart is an adventure with there's no destination, it's all about exploring. The other one is, no, it's about achieving, and again, we talk a lot about expectations, that when the mind goes, "All this needs to happen before you're happy and lovable and acceptable," we feel like we're in the negative, in the darkness, always trying to get up to 0. So it's such a negative, it is a negative energy, it's a below 0, it's freezing, and it's trying to get up to 0. Whereas when that's from the heart, there are no expectations, there is no, destination. It's everything is exploration and experience and abundance when we live from the heart instead of from the mind. And I feel like that's a lot that's coming in here. In fact, I was wondering with these cards where they just started to separate as I was talking, because there was 2 cards up here and 2 cards on the bottom, like, "Oh, here's one side against another. What are these 2 opposing forces?" On one side, you have the Chariot, Cancer moon, emotional energy, and the power of choice, that there is no wrong choice, just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. So this wonderful Cancer moon, um, Mother Luna energy that's in here. Below the surface of that, the 7 of swords. Yeah, that which is trying the lies, the deceit, that's tries to take away from the heart, the deceiver, this mind, right? And that's funny that we call the be funny if the devil card popped up for on the other side, but there's this, that's the deceiver in Christianity is the devil, but this is the deceiver because of all these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that we were given growing up that we just took on as truth without questioning it from a place of unconditional love. And when that's the litmus test for anything in my life, even in the Bible and in any other religious texts or any other spiritual text or anything I experience in life, I had to bring it down to this: if it's of unconditional love, it's of creator. If it's of fear and restriction, it's of man. And when we look at that, because when man gets involved in something, we screw it up. We limit it, we try to explain it, we restrict it, but when from creator is, look at they created the universe was just a side project, right? It's like, boom, in a moment, they just like, here, let me just create this. Psh, look at there we go. And it's expansive. It's different. So on one side, it is that heart energy, and on the other, oh, we also have the Queen of Cups. Oh, I bet this one's a nope, it's 10 of Pentacles. Oh, okay, I get it though, because I feel like it's about what success means in the outside world with the 10 of Pentacles. And the Queen of Cups energy along with this, because I see now the top two are emotional energy and the top bottoms. So the top two were emotional energy, Queen of Cups and the Chariot. Underneath, the 7 of Swords and the 10 of Pentacles have to do with the mind in relation to the outside world and in what success means, right? What we've been told success means. It's all those deceiving thoughts and beliefs. So it's really getting into the heart of things, is um, what this is about. And um, the mind fights against it in the beginning because when we're growing up, our little inner child, um, our emotional inner child, 7 years old and younger, that's the period of time when we're in the womb to 7 years old is when we're our emotional body. It's actually that part of our brain is the first to develop. So we're living from an emotional state of laughter, um, and joy, or anger and tantrum, or crying and sadness. That's all we know. And then when we hit between 7 and 14, that's when our thinking part of our brain and our personality, it develops, and it, in a way, pushes down our emotional body into the subconscious going, "You can't act out, you getting us in trouble. We need to focus in on the story. We need to focus in on the rules." And that's where a lot of our mental conditioning comes in. And then, of course, our physical body develops from 14 to 21. It's like 7-year little stints, like the Jubilee in the Bible, right? Every 7 years, but it's this change, this change, this change, and um, it it tries to control our heart for a long time until our heart is like, "I'm sick of being in the basement. It's time for me to rise again." And that's when the battle between the head and the heart comes, because when it's young, it allows itself to be told by its older brother, 7 to 14, or older sister, "You need to be quiet and get down here. We're going to suppress you." But at some point, the heart's like, "Stop!" And then they're and that's what's going on, right? Right. Your fortune cookie says family tree. It's funny, the tree of good and evil, um, and I'll read the family tree here in a sec, but they just brought that in because it was paradise until we ate, according to the Bible, ate of the tree of good and evil, the tree of judgment. Before then, everything just was, and everything just is neutral. There's no story. Everything has no meaning till it gets in here, till the good and evil, the judgment comes in and says, that is right, that is wrong. Um, and that's where our trouble starts. That's our brain. It's funny, the serpent was in the tree trying to get us to eat of that judgment, right? So it goes down into it that this is the deceiver, the judger of things when it didn't want to judge at all, right? Interesting. But it says your family ties can be a source of wisdom, but they can also bring an inheritance of pain. Honor your roots, but be aware of the imprinted patterns that subconsciously influence your behavior. That's the old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, the conditioning, right? That we got growing up. We're told what things are supposed to mean, how we're supposed to feel, how we're supposed to act, what we're supposed to do in the physical world. And we didn't know any better. We just took it all on. But now is this power of choice, your power to question what is it that I wanna do and not blindly just believing whatever we've been told, right? Because that's what we do when we're growing up. In order to live and survive, we gotta just take their whatever we're told as truth till we get to the place going, "I can take care of myself. I don't need to fear rejection. I don't need to fear judgment from the creator. They love me unconditionally and eternally. So I already have this. There's no hell I have to be afraid of." The hell is in here that I'm living, not in here and reality, the true reality, because a spiritual being of eternal, unconditional love and light would never create a place like that. Only human minds would. So hopefully that helps for you there, guy. That's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Appreciate that. All right, we've got Moonlight in the house. Hey, Moonlight. Good morning or middle of the night for you. So we got 2 for you. We have those down there. I see one question, so we'll go to that one next. We got Touch O Love as well. Hey, Touch O Love, good to see you. We got you on the free list here. You're very welcome, guide. Hang in there. All right, good. I got your second one there, Moonlight. Just came through. And then Crystal Waters. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Got you onto the free list as well. Free list. Yeah. For a moment, that didn't sound right. All right. So, all right. Very good. So let me take a whoops. A little heat turned off here. So cheers, everybody. We'll dive in. I've got we got 2 donations from Moonlight. That's where we're going to next. I'm collecting the free reading list. All right. So we got some more snow today. I love it. I love it. All right. I think we're set here. Let me just feel like I got coffee build up on the side of my mouth. I don't know what that's about. All right. So Moonlight, hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you so much for your dual donations. Here's your timestamp 129.29. Look at that. So thank you for the coffee. I'll take the extra coffee there. And you like a message from your higher self, anything you need to know for the upcoming 2 weeks. All right. You know, I feel like as soon as you said that, or as soon as I read that, I was drawn to this oracle deck because it's voices of the soul's oracle, which does have a message from your higher self, from your spiritual posse, plus someone from the other side as well. So we'll take a look here and see what comes through. I feel like what you need to know for the upcoming 2 weeks. Is it this one? All right. Yeah. Wow, you have a message to pass on. So this is something to share with someone else as well. So this will be for you from your higher self, but it's also something to share with other people. Oh, wow. Snowing here as well. You're gonna be a bear and sleep for 3 months. There you go. Well, you do have your message is about abundance. It's like the magician card, new beginnings, with the number 1 energy. So let's see what they have to say here. So, from your soul, from your higher self, they say, you can have everything you need, but please listen to me. It's your higher self. A part of your energy is flowing too quickly. And because of this, you may feel that we're not connected. You may be moving forward too quickly, not taking the time to integrate all the signs and synchronicities you receive. Nothing happens without reason. And remember that they're telling you this stuff. Some of this is validation for things you already have learned, but this is, they're kind of telling you the message that you're going to be helping and giving to others. So they wanted to make sure that. It says nothing happens without reason. Each event and encounter has something to teach you. If you don't take the time to experience and understand them, you may feel like you're standing still. Know that abundance is there and accessible for you. To connect with me, take time to breathe and free your solar plexus chakra. Make time for meditation and deep breathing. You'll realize you can move forward with greater inner calm and serenity, and you'll look at everything happening around you with fresh eyes. You'll ground yourself through breathing and free yourself from the energy of stagnation. Everything will take on a new meaning. Wow. So I feel like a lot of this you've done and are doing, and I feel like you'll apply it more over this 2 weeks. But I do feel like you're going to be sharing how you've transformed things in your life as well. So I like that. Now, your spirit guides tell you, we invite you to move forward in stages. You may wish to avoid some of these stages, thinking you don't need them. Yet, they're important for you to create new, stable, and durable foundations. Some things you don't know yet, and by fully experiencing these stages, you'll find yourself in a new energy of discovering yourself and others and the meaning of events around you. Decide on your priorities and the time you wish to spend on them. Then determine the practical goals you wish to achieve. This logic may frighten you, but it's necessary for you to be in a grounding energy. You'll keep your natural and spontaneous character while channeling your energies to focus on yourself and your expectations. Move forward with sure steps and with respect for your chosen path, so you may be in an energy of abundance. Wow. And then the entity from the other side, you might recognize this individual that's coming through, or individuals, because it feels like male, female, divine masculine, divine feminine energy, which we all have, but it feels like it's either like two people who were partnered together or someone who was the combination of both of those, meaning they were gay. But I'm just saying. All right. It says, I had long searched for abundance, but I now realize I was looking in the wrong places. I had not really understood this notion. I thought abundance was only material, but it is so much more than that. Perhaps I had shut myself away in an armor of energy and didn't pay attention to my needs. Material wealth contributes to happiness, but does not create it. Only you can bring happiness to yourself. Material wealth brings stability so you can pay attention to yourself. Don't be afraid of not having enough. When you're connected to yourself, abundance is already there. Material abundance is a reflection of everything you bring into yourself. I am here to help you be an energy of abundance. Pay attention to signs regarding material and financial issues. I will guide you towards that fulfillment so you may have everything you need and discover new things in yourself. There are many wonders still to discover. All right. So that is what we have for that. We'll give you your fortune cookie here too. All right. Spirit definitely has a sense of humor. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie is for that first one. And we'll look at your second one here. But it reminds me, the Native Americans, they had one soul. I think they called it one soul, but it was someone that was equally divine masculine, divine feminine. It's their way of saying that, that they were not limited by gender kind of energy. Yeah, and you got collaboration coming in. So you got number 2 here. So there is this coming together and bringing some pieces together. It says, "Great things are rarely achieved alone. When egos are set aside and mutual support takes the lead, extraordinary things can be accomplished." I love it. Deep, I know. Ooh. All right. So many blessings to you. That's for number 1, and we'll circle back for number 2. We got Nelly Maderos in the house. Hey, Nelia, thank you for your donation. Got you on the list here. You'll be up here right after this next one for Moonlight. All right, let's put those back up here. Hey, good to see you too. I got my sushi chef hat on. It's actually a build one, but I want it to be like this. Because it looks like a sushi. Chop, chop, chop. All right. So, Moonlight, let's go on to your second one before I get myself in trouble here. So, 138.13. There we go. So, and then for number 2, the slippery banana, you're wondering after all of your inner work, hermiting and peace, when will you find the people for your new path? Where will you find them? When will you find them? Is there something you missed, something to work on? Did I close off too much? All right, we'll take a look here. Thanks, Delia. All right. So, first we'll do a when card here. So based on current energies, when are you going to find the new people for your new path, not the old ones? Like, when are the new people going to enter in? Where will you find them? I feel like that'll be the when and the where they're saying once I look at it. So that's the when and the where. Okay. Oh, so when will you find, where, and when? Okay, because that's all that together. Okay, and then is there something that you missed? Okay, something. Is there something else to work on? And did you close off too much? Okay. All right. Well, at the bottom of the deck, you do have the Page of Swords. So there is clarity coming. It's also a heightened communication coming in here too. So I do feel like you will have this coming here soon. And we'll see here out these other cards here. And there is a little bit of, because you got 2 cards and then 3 cards and then 1 card. So it's 2, 3, 1, not 1, 2, 3, or 3, 2, 1. And your spirit guides are just so funny because, like, you don't like doing things in order anyway. So, it's coming. It just because you like doing things out of the ordinary, it comes in looking different. So, go figure. Alright. So look at here first. This is the when and the where. So the when, you got summertime coming in here. You got the sun card, which is beautiful. So there's this bright, bright, energy that's coming in. Um, and summer is June, at least based on current energies. So the summer solstice, kind of energy, Leo, Leo energy, but it is the sun in summer. Um, some sort of summer solstice event. It feels like as soon as I saw that, that's what I saw, like a solstice festival of some kind that you got here, right? Yeah, summer 27 too. Well, they got you there about the doing things out of the ordinary, but I feel like it's you doing something out of the ordinary, here as well. But, yeah, but we'll see what else we've got here, because you wanna know, is there something that you missed? You got the 6 of Pentacles, the King of Wands. I feel here that the King of Wands is this energy of, getting out of your head and you deciding what you want and you're putting the energy in and you deciding. You cleared the throne room of all the noisy people so that you could decide what you wanted, which is that, that energy you know, of hermitude in a way. Everyone, I need the quiet. I need to decide I got to get out of my head and into my heart and find out what my heart wants, make a plan, then put action behind it. And the 6 of Pentacles is this balancing energy. And, but there's also this, like this waiting for the cement to dry on overcoming this codependency energy, right? The overgiver, where I feel like I have to give so much to deserve so little. You've been dealing with that with your inner child, going, no, I deserve equal to equal. But it's kind of like an alcoholic who, when they're or addicted, someone who's addicted to drugs or anything, me being it's like I'm a recovering overgiver in codependent relationships, and I will always be aware of it, um, and I know I need to always be aware of it, or I'll fall right into it. Because as soon as I take my off of it, I start to overgive in things. I go way out of balance. Even in my channel, I do like 50 different types of videos, and then I realize I'm exhausted, and what am I doing, trying to do so much? It's like balance. Do what you love and do what's happening now without expectation. But it takes time for that cement, otherwise we'll slip right back into it. And I feel like that's why it's been taking a little longer, because being such a huge giver that you were, it's so necessary for you to get used to being true to you and not, I gotta overgive, and it's like it's really solidifying it so that when you go out into these situations, you won't, lose yourself and give yourself, in that energy. So I feel like it's not that you're like missed anything. I feel like it's just solidifying, and you're getting your new habit of being true to yourself and expressing your truth and having boundaries and doing all this. You're like, and then you'll ease into, um, doing more and more social things, here and there. But each time you do it, you're realizing, oh, you're realizing things that you've learned, through that. So hopefully that's clear. Um, Is there something that you need to work on? Let's take a look here. You got the 3 of Pentacles, being creative, allowing your creativity to come out more. But this is also about being more and more and more and more true to your authentic self. And that is, it's like you're not, You're not broken, you're not there's nothing wrong, it's just you're burning away pieces of yourself that aren't you, things that you took on in your life, and so you're just continuing to burn away that which is not you. It's not that that's what we all work on is we spent all these years taking on all this paper mache, wet strips that people were giving us, and we've created this giant kind of mummified, hard hard paper mache, dried paper mache that we kind of feel restrictive, and we start tearing it off, and you're just tearing off more and more pieces. You've tore off big pieces, but now you're just kind of taking stuff off, and you're like, "Oh, this one's stuck. Let me okay, I got that off." Now it's the little stuff. You took off the big things, but it's like when you take off a cast and there's still some leftover stuff that you have to kinda peel off or get off, or like when you buy a new piece of, merchandise that have those stickers on them that, unless you, um, warm it up with a blow dryer or do something so you can the glue reactivates so you can peel it off, you end up scraping off this stuff that's stuck to it, and that's kinda what we're doing is doing that, right? You got the 8 of Pentacles, so there's still some transformation that's happening. Obviously, none of us are perfect, meaning we're not haven't completely removed everything off of the conditioning and the beliefs. Some things we're believing subconsciously or, we're not aware of. So there is this kind of coming off here, right? Yeah. And there is I mean, we're still shedding our skin with the year of the snake, but we're starting to pick up on the um, fire horse energy that's coming around February 17th when the Chinese New Year starts. So when we look at that, it's kind of all happening and we're getting that energy. And there's a lot of, there's several planets right now that are switching up too. But it's important, the energy, the pressure brings things up for us to be able to see it. And then we're like, oh, okay, this is where this is coming from, right? This, because it's change and uncomfortability comes from our inner children. We're like, I don't like this. Things are changing. I like normal and stay the same, but it's becoming comfortable with change, becoming comfortable with the unknown as we become more aware of the eternal known that we are eternal beings made of unconditional love. When we have that foundation, our inner child gets comfortable with like, oh, we're forever. It doesn't matter what changes out here. It doesn't change who we are. You're like, that's right. The more we become confident in that the outside world has nothing to do with my worth, it's just experience. My worth never changes, no matter what's going on out here. I was perfect when I was born. I'll be perfect when I pass away, and perfect every second in between, in the dash in between, right? Yeah, and the Empress, more creative energy, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, giving to yourself. So there is a bit of this cocooning, realizing what it is that you truly want versus what you've been told all your life you're supposed to want, which happens when we're in this, this kind of energy. Yeah, good year for Cancer. Um, so, there definitely is this, there's still always things to look at, but it's looking at it as adventure. And, in the beginning, when we do a lot, like you've done a lot of inner work, we there are times in our life in the beginning, especially when we go, 80% on our shadow, 20% on higher vibration. But if we get to a certain point, we're like, I got all the big stuff off. I really invested a lot of time taking a lot of the big stuff off. Now I'm going to spend 20% of my time on my shadow, 80% of my time on expressing who I really am, eternal, unconditional love, gratitude, joy, play, then that expands. I can still the things that bubble up that go, "Hey, hey, hey, look at me." We can spend 10, 20% on that, but we spend the rest of the time focus on gratitude and unconditional love and adventure and higher vibration, then more of that comes in. But if we're focusing on the heavy will seem a lot bigger. When we focus in on the higher vibration, then we see more of that too. So I like that. Did you go too far? Did you close off too much? I love it. 5 of wands. No, there was tons of drama around you. The firestorm that of which you had surrounded your adventure with, it was drama. It's like you were hanging around with a bunch of theatrical people, and you're like, "I have to find new friends." So, I don't feel like you needed for your, adventure to cut off a lot to, you know, to come back to yourself so that you wouldn't be drawn into trying to so much of your energy was trying to help and well, fix people, first of all, was the big thing, right? They're doing wrong, they're not being who I think they should be, I need to fix them. Then you got over that, which is part of our overgivers. I need to make sure everyone's life is happy. And then it's like, "No, I'm not gonna try to change them." But all the conflict between them, it still took a lot of your energy to well, I want them to all get along. I wanna bring them information. I want them to be able to, have happiness, but then it was just, like, exhausting. So you had to be like, "I need to cut off all these umbilical cords so that I could focus on me," right? Yeah, watching the news. Yeah, that'll definitely do it. There's a lot of lower vibrational chances out there for for all that. Alright. So, hopefully that helps there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I like it. It's good weather. Card 28. 2 plus 8 is 10. Endings and beginnings. It says clear skies are on the horizon, presenting an opportunity to move forward with your plans confidently. The conditions are ripe and the timing is good for your venture. So, it's like the skies, there's good weather ahead. And I feel like summertime is based on current energies, but the more we focus on higher vibration, the more we draw, as well. So, that changes a lot of drama. Yeah. Well, and people don't drain us. It's our thoughts and our emotions about the people. Um, and though I get it too that, when we're around a lot of negative energy, it does drain us because we're putting a lot of energy into our energetic shield to keep people away. But we also our thoughts about they shouldn't be doing this, they shouldn't be dead, that takes our mental energy, our emotional energy. Like it takes a lot more um I don't know, a lot more energy to keep us hot during the winter than it does during the summer, which is funny. The winter is the energy of being around all these other people, so you have to do more to stay warm. Um, but in the summer, when you meet these other people, it's gonna be effortless. You're just like, "I don't have to, do anything, and I'm warm around these other people." So, it'll be the difference between them that you won't have to have these, things that are up. Yeah. Yeah. That trigger us to like, the things they say, we have triggers, and they're like, "Oh god," you know? So, yeah, it's below, it's fear-based, and it's not entertaining, for our heart. Our heart's like, "This is boring." But I like that for you. Was there anything else? But it can be before summer is what they're going oh, the weather, that's what they're gonna say. 'Cause, you know, something that we can do like if when we go out among people who have lower vibration, if we're not consciously vibrating higher vibration emotion and pushing it out, it kind of starts seeping in the fire hose in a way. If the fire hose is turned off, then their energy starts to seep into ours. But if we, that's the true gift of an empath, right? I'm gonna just focus in on not really what people are saying or doing. I'm gonna focus in on creator, and I'm gonna think about that stuff and the higher vibration and pushing out joy and we are the ones that can change the weather. If we're not changing the weather to higher vibration weather, we're not changing it into summer, we're allowing winter to creep in too. Yeah, yeah, and we can push out the energy, and like you said, yeah, like Nelly is saying too, people are they're in fear, and so if we're like, "Oh, little boobas are in fear, let me send out some love energy," and then we just focus in on that, and, you know, we just start smiling, "What are you smiling at?" And I go, "I love you guys." "What?" "Yeah." We change the energy through our energy instead of, you know, it's like it just feels like the pressure of it. Their energy is trying to bring ours down, and we're like, "No, no, no. I'm gonna do this instead." That's funny. Yeah. I feel like that's more than just you and me too. I think that's why they went so deep into it, but all right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your dual donations. I appreciate that so much. I'm excited though for these people coming your way. All right. So we take a quick sip here, Nelia, and we'll jump. I got 2 for Nelia, and we're good on time here still. All right. So, Nelia, you're at 157.22 for number 1. Thank you again for your dual donations. And your black kitty. So we got the black cat up first. Yeah, I like the cat. Whoops. Oh, that's why. Like it doesn't take a shift to do that. All right. So thank you for that one. You want to know, did Russ tell you to stay home with the dogs out of concerns, or did he not want to drive you home late from his place for his own convenience? And anything else Spirit wants to say, right? Who knows with Russ? Just kidding. We'll take a look here. Helga, I'm still on donations. I haven't started free readings at all yet. Once I get to free readings, let's see, you're like number 6th, but I haven't started free readings. All right. So now let's take a look here at Russ here. So is it out of concern or selfishness? No, I'm just kidding. Or both. It could be both. And anything else I want you to know here. All right. Just get these scooched right here. There it goes. Thank you. All right. I'm not sure what that is. We'll come back to that. So we have the 5 of Cups, which is some mixed emotions. Let's see what's after that too. And the 9 of Swords. So there was fear here. This is nightmare and fear and sorrow, and it's truly emotional energy here. So this doesn't feel like preference of like, oh, I just would rather not have to take you home. They're like, there's something to do with safety here, and um, they really had fear. So it felt like it was sincere concerns because both the lower vibrational emotions and fear energy were active there. So, and then, what else do you need to know with Russ here? We have Knight of Cups, romantic movement of emotion. So I like that. That tells us that there. And the Queen of Wands. So there's this powerful energy here. This intuition was a lot here too. And I feel like with this Queen of Wands being such a powerful like, spiritual connection plus an emotional connection to the spirit world, that I feel like their emotions were flowing, but I feel like they were picking up on something. Like, if I feel like you guys something would happen, like you guys would get in an accident, or if you know, didn't stay home to take care of the dogs. Like something was gonna happen, like hit a deer or, and I feel like spirit was going, "Whoop, whoop, whoop, eh, 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 eh. Let's keep this from happening," kind of energy, and I feel like that's one of those situations where Russ was like, "I just don't feel like I feel like you should stay home," and it's very intuitive energy coming in. Interesting, right? Let's see. Yeah, I got the 2 of Wands, power of choice energy, along with the Justice card and balance energy. This is seeing things from a higher perspective. And this makes sense that the bottom of the deck now, because I was like, what is this Knight of Swords? But this is the quest of seeing things from this higher perspective, which the Queen of Wands, like when I'm not sure which way to go, we can ask Spirit to show us, what is for my highest experience and what is not. And I feel like there's this spiritual energy coming through that they were doing that. Yeah. And the Three of Pentacles, which is being true to one's authentic self. And I like that they were like willing to speak up and say, I feel like it's probably better if you do that. And because I feel like there was something really gnawing at them. I don't even know if they go, I just got a gut feeling, because they had a gut feeling. Um, and they were being true to that. So I like that. So let's see what else we have here. All right. Yeah. It's funny. Was it a long road to take you home? There's a long road ahead. There was a long road. You're stepping onto a path that may demand more than you're ready to give. This journey is not impossible, but it may test your limits at every turn. I feel like this isn't like prophetic with your guys' relationship or anything. I do feel like this is they were concerned about this long road, not out of like, "Ugh, I'm gonna be tired," but that there was something that was gonna be at every turn, there was gonna be a test, on this road, and they were like, I feel like it's best for us to stay safe," is kind of that energy. So hopefully that makes sense. But that's what's coming in. So we got it. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Deb, welcome in the house. Oh, you got a ton of chakra and Aquarius gifts today. Your friends and family are so good to you. Aw. Yes, you are. Deserve so much love. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Is today your birthday? Is it today? I don't know. I'm not on Facebook and everything anymore, so I'm oblivious. I know you're like an Aquarius, but I didn't know the exact day. So happy belated birthday, or happy birthday today, if it is today, or happy early birthday to you. We'll give you a special oracle today if you're hanging around. All right. So Nelia, for your number 2 here, let's jump into that one. 20435. Oops, that's not right. There we go. It's my birthday. All right. So Nelia, thank you for the popcorn sticker for the donation. So you want to know why is that Lemay? I'm probably not pronouncing that right. Always on her headset, talking at work, and who's she talking to? Doesn't seem work related. What are her thoughts on the workplace and me? Anything else Spirit wants to say? All right. All right, very good. We'll take a look here, see what we got going on here. So who is she talking to when you notice it here? Okay. And is it work related? What are her thoughts on the workplace? Okay. And you. What are her thoughts on you? Okay. And then anything else, Spirit? Let's just say here. All right. Hmm. Well, on the bottom of the deck, I know every time I go, like we got the Six of Swords, which the Six of Swords is like, it is a change of mindset, but there's this, I feel like the communication has to do with change. We'll see what these other cards bring in, but I have to wonder, well, I don't have to, but I feel like this energy of I'm l- looking to go somewhere else kind of energy. Um, and maybe it's talking to someone from another place because it feels personal, but it also feels business like maybe I'm looking for another job or something along those lines. Inquiring minds want to know. I know, right? Let's get past it there. All right. So let's see what we got here. So first, who is she always talking to? Let's see here. So we've got the Seven of Wands and the Two of Pentacles. Yeah. Seven of Wands feels like it's this is I don't want to shrink. I don't want to ask permission to shine. I don't want to defend my actions. I just want to be true to myself. I want to step out into the spotlight. And the Two of Pentacles is another opportunity in the outside world. So this kind of supports that it might be trying to connect with someone to move to a different, like a job or something. Is it work related? Well, I got the well, maybe not. They're trying to develop a partnership of some kind, but there is lovers here. So, there is this other opportunity. Maybe they're trying to get married so they don't have to work or something. That's the other alternative. I need to get out of here. We'll have to see here. What are her thoughts on the workplace? Feel like we'll find some stuff out here too. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So we got the Three of Swords, which is disappointed, and the Three of Wands is wanting to go a different direction, right? So that's very much this energy that's here. So I do feel here they might even be. Not sure if if it is a romantic or if it's partnership, like they have a headhunter or somebody that's trying to get them a job somewhere, or someone doing something like that. Um, what we'll see what that is here. But what are their thoughts on you? The Four of Swords feels they're. I don't feel so concerned with that. It's a restful energy. It's seeing things from a higher perspective, and you know, no expectations kind of energy. Below the surface, yeah, they have the Hermit. I don't know if you kind of it's this restful energy. The Four of Swords is like someone that's like meditating off by themselves, and the Hermit is definitely, someone kind of pulled back into themselves a bit. So I feel like, they're not feeling like any negative things or things towards you. I just feel like they're just like, you're over there doing your thing, and I'm over here doing my thing, which is interesting, right? Oh, she's married already. Yeah, because this definitely feels like with this other energy, it felt like they wanting to go somewhere where they're feeling more, somewhere where they're feeling more admired and more appreciated. So, it could also Doesn't mean, anything. But I feel like it feels like work related in that they're looking for a transition of some kind. Let's see what else they want you to know here too. We got the Emperor and the Ace of Cups. So it does feel here this is another energy of action and wanting to put a plan together and really pursuing something that's of their heart. Uh, it's like instead of doing a job that's the job, I feel like they're wanting to go do something that aligns with their heart and who they are, not their mind, right? So I feel like they are trying to initiate change. And we got the 5 of Cups and the 8 of Wands. Yeah, just feels like they're very unhappy with the 5 of Cups, trying to change their emotions, and they're wanting to get excited again. They're wanting to and do something quickly with the 8 of Wands. So, they might be interviewing with a bunch of different places, and that's why it may not be work related because 'cause they're actually talking to other people about, a different job somewhere. But, yeah, and I feel even with that, how they feel about you with this hermiting, that they're like, "I just wanna be left alone, and um, I want you to leave me alone. I got stuff to do, like interview for another job, or to go pursue something that I'm wanting to do, whether it's, you know, creating something that they wanted to create, volunteering somewhere else, but it feels like they're definitely wanting to pursue something that makes them feel like they're more fulfilled in life. So let's take a look here what the fortune cookie brings in here. All right. Yeah, a helping hand. So it does kind of feel like this person, and here's that three again, the three of swords, the three of wands. Help is arriving, whether through a kind word, a generous act, or unseen forces working in your favor. Are you wanting them to go? But it feels like they're having someone trying to help them, move into something like that. So that makes sense. All right. So that's number 2 for you there, Nelly. I think I see your number 3 here. We will jump to that one here after Alice. Hey, Alice, good to see you. You'll be up next for your donation, and then we'll circle back for Nelia's number 3. And let's see, where are we on time? 2:13. And I'm thinking once I get to that, I'll probably be close to 2:30, 2 hours and 30 minutes. So I'll jump to do some free readings. Even if I have other donations after that, I'll just circle back to the donations afterwards. So you can still make them, but just a heads up, I'm gonna kind of step away for like 30 minutes from donations to complete free readings after these next two. All right. So just Alice, you're at 2:14 even here. So here is your timestamp. So Alice, thank you for the burger. Could you hear my stomach growling? So you want to say, Jay from Hinges, thoughts and feelings about you. Does he still have hope to date you? All right. Switch into your energy. Let's take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers to you. All right, let me just switch out cups here. Let's put some hot tea in there or some cold tea to make it hot. All right. So based on current energies, Jay's thoughts and feelings and hope energy. Do they hope to have that? All right. Well, the bottom of the deck, we do have the Hierophant energy. And the Hierophant, being the major arcana number 5, is the kind of the master of change. But this is an energy of like seeing things from a higher perspective and kind of learning energy here. So there is an energy of change around how they've been feeling and thinking and doing that as well. So Yeah, this is for you, Alice. Good to see you. So let's take a look here. What are their thoughts for you here? We have the Two of Pentacles. We do have the Strength card coming in here. So there is some thought energy. We got the Two of Pentacles, which is about kind of like the power of choice in the outside world kind of energy. And the Strength card is that courage. I feel like their thoughts are to take the chance and have the courage to ask you, and almost it's not really an ultimatum energy, but it's almost in a way presenting it like, I need to know, like, do I have a chance to date? Are you, what are your, blah blah blah. I feel like they need to make a decision. I feel like and they need to know from you, and I feel like they're getting up enough courage mentally anyway to ask you about that. Well, this is all blurry, isn't it? Maybe. So, that's interesting. Let's see what their feelings are here about you. Yeah, Queen of Pentacles. So you got two interesting energy. You got the Death card and the Queen of Pentacles. Queen of Pentacles is, mother nature, mother nurture, very sensual, very birthing, very creative, very grounding. It's a beautiful energy. So they see you as mother, as a nurturer, not as their mother, but as nurturer and those things. And the Death card is an energy of, I don't know, it's like this all or nothing kind of energy where I either have to date you and be with you or be gone. I can't have one or the other. And there's like this ultimatum. It's like we either have to be all in or nothing. I can't handle not being not, somewhere in between. I need to have that or that. There's just black and white for them kind of energy that's here. Let's see here. Do they still have a hope to date you? Not only that, Four of Wands, marriage, and the Full card, a new adventure, free of all the past, free of expectations, and, you know, all that stuff. So they definitely are in this kind of place of it's all or nothing, baby. And I feel like they're getting up the courage to either go that way or go that way. It's like, which way do I go? Which way do I go? Kind of energy. But I feel like that's where they're at. They're like in this teetering to like, I've got to do one or the other, and there's nothing else, right? Ultimatum, right? And you're like,
no means no.
bye. If I need to answer yes or no right now, the answer is
no, 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 no.
so there you go. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here too. All right. Yeah, I like this. Limitless, which says, "This is your invitation to think bigger, dream bigger. The world has placed limits on what's possible. Now it's time to see for yourself what's beyond them." You're like, "Yeah, I'm not letting anyone limit me, right?" So I love that. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation and the burger. Appreciate that. All right, and then we have Ashvin Ray popped in. Hey, Ashvin, good to see you. And I see two for you, so we'll put that here. I'm going to I have one more for Nelia, and that's going to put me at like 2 hours and 30 minutes, and then I'm going to complete about 30 minutes of donation of free readings. So you'll be up after that, Ashvin, as soon as I do those. So it's going to be a little bit for the donation there. So I just want to give you a heads up in case you're like, oh, cool, I'll head out and I'll come back if you need to or want to. You don't even have to need to if you prefer. Um, so just a heads up. I'll make sure. Did I miss anyone else? Sean G in the house. Hey. Oh, yeah. And I did get a donation come in from here. Oh, yeah. Maria. Thank you so much for your additional donation. You were 713. Okay. So sorry, Ashvin. I lied. I misinformed you. I didn't intentionally lie, but Maria P will be up first for her second one, and then Ashvin will be up after that. All right. So, all right. So Nelia for number 3 for you, we got 22106. So here's all 3 of yours. Thank you again for the multiple donations. Appreciate that. So grateful. And for this one, we got the shade, the cool smiley face here. So you want to know, how does your ex-husband feel about you having a boyfriend now? Oh, I see, just Alice. So he seems to be more angry towards me when he's talking to your daughters. Anything else we want to say? Okay, we'll take a look here. Hello, Nelia. All right. So let's take a look here. The ex-husband, how does he feel about you having a boyfriend now? Got that. Do this. This is below the surface. And below the surface. All right. So we got what they tell people, what they're really feeling, and what they don't realize they're feeling. Ooh, we're getting into the nitty-gritty with them. The deep tea. The tea that's floated to the bottom of the ocean. All right. He seems to be more angry towards you when he's talking to your daughters. All right. What else there? Okay, let's see what we got here. Yeah, I feel like they're really burdened. We got the 10 of Wands energy on the bottom. So I feel like there's this overall energy that's happening. This kind of reminds me of a birth chart up here, too. And I feel like there's a lot going on astrologically, humanity, anyway, with all of this energy. We also have a Leo full moon coming up in a couple weeks. There's a lot of change that's happening here, a lot of rattling of our humanity's cage. But I feel like beyond the astrology, astrology, or being an ass, the astrology, you know, wow, that's really blurry, at least on my side. Let me try this here. Come on. It's making me dizzy. Look, come on, come on. I don't know why it looks so dizzy. Let's see if it'll come here, come here. Oh, well, it'll correct itself. I have more cards to show you, so close your eyes and listen if it's blurry for you guys. um, but I do feel like this 10 of Wands means they have a lot of stress, a lot of energy going on in their life right now too. So let's take a look here. How do they feel? How are they expressing themselves in relationship here? Yeah, Page of Cups, King of Pentacles. I'm happy for you. I'm glad that you have a boyfriend. At least, you'll find some security in that, and that's good. I'm very happy for you. I'm glad you're having a full life. Is how they feel about you having a boyfriend on the surface. Now, how they really feel underneath the surface, well, we got the Star card. We got the 7 of Cups. Yeah, so there is a little bit of mixed emotions there with the 7 of Cups. The Star card is a balanced energy, really contained. That's there. I feel like they just are really good at compartmentalizing their energies. Gonna see if I can get this to focus right. That autofocus sometimes goes really weird. I don't know. Is it the red? Come here. Oh well. It's not too bad for you guys, right? Um, so it feels okay. I mean, it feels like they've got a bunch of different mixed emotions, happy emotions. Um, I wish I could be in a new relationship. I don't know if there was some in now, but they're like kind of a little not jealousy about wanting to be in, I feel like in a relationship with you necessarily, but there is a little bit of everything that's there. Way below the surface. Yeah. I feel like way below the surface here, with the Ace of Wands is a new passion. 7 of Wands, I want to be free to be myself and to shine bright, not ask permission to shine, and, I wanna be seen. So if they're in a relationship, I feel like there is a little bit below the surface, this energy of, um, I wish I could have a new start with someone. Not, like you, but, with because this other, I don't feel appreciated, I don't feel seen, I feel like, I have to dim my light, and I have to, you know, walk on eggshells and different things if with whatever, um, that energy is. So that's interesting. So there's a lot going on in their life, that as well. Yeah, he's married. Oh, yeah, it looks like it just cleared up. So I feel like he's, like, wanting either a fresh start, or he wants to he it's like and that's below the surface is, "I'm unhappy, and I would really like a reboot and a restart myself." So interesting. A lot of pressure going on, it seems, at home. What's about the other thing? Oh, he seems to be more angry towards you in talking to his daughters. Get the 3 of Pentacles. Yeah, here's that energy of I wanna be true to myself, and the Strength card is the courage, this Leo fire energy that's going on. Along with what? What else is here? Oh, and the Hermit. Yeah, this feeling here. We'll see what's below the surface here with these other cards, but this Hermit energy, I normally don't get this a whole lot, but it's Virgo energy. I feel like there's something going on with his health and he's not feeling good, which makes sense with all this stress and all this energy. I feel like there's a lot going on in marriage and his life, but I feel like it's impacting him health wise here. And it's like I want this freedom just to be true to myself, my authentic self, and I want to get the courage to just tell people no, and I feel like there's this that's the grr. I don't feel like it's just towards you, though. It happens to be rah, rah, rah. With his daughters, he might be the few that he isn't angry toward or reflecting that way as well, right? Feeling a little fuzzy. How fuzzy was he? So below the surface, let's see what's happening here. And we got the Chariot. So there is this, you know, movement energy, this power of choice, but I feel like it's always fluctuating. Let me see what else this is combined with. Got the Chariot. We have the Justice, wanting to seek balance, wanting to have this change. What's this other thing? And the Lovers too. Emotional choice energy coming in, and this balancing Libra energy too. Um, oh, and then, this makes sense because the Justice card being Libra rules over the house of relationships, not just romantic, but relationships. But we got the Lovers card, the Chariot, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, well, Mother Moon energy more so, but this power of choice. And I feel like all this stuff underneath the surface is they've got a lot of anger going on in their relationship, but I feel like below the surface. And it's like this, I don't want to exert anger toward them to make things worse, their spouse. But so they kind of this under the surface, that it's like they're exerting their anger toward their spouse towards their ex. Because it's safe for me to do that because we're already broken up. But I it's kind of like if we're mad at our parents when we're younger, we can't blame them, so we blame someone else because it's misdirected anger, if that makes sense. So, that's what's coming in. Dun, dun, dun. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Let me just put these cards back in here. There's a lot of cards. Come on. Come on. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. And we're getting down. We've only got 1, 2, 3, 4 more of these cards. Then we'll move on to another deck here. So which one here? All right. You've got, yeah, a major shift. Is that a phoenix? Things are burning down. Maybe they're looking for a major shift. But a powerful shift is unfolding, reshaping the world. We're going to say that they know. What once felt stable may fall away to make room for something more aligned. It's not a breakdown, but a breakthrough. So I feel like they're at this point, especially that 10 of wands, I feel like they're hitting that place of needing an ending and a new beginning, but it doesn't mean they need to break up. It can just be like I feel like he has a lot of stuff in his life that he needs to focus on what's truly urgent and important to him because I feel like he's being pulled in 100 different directions and he's exhausted and he's not feeling good in his body and he's bitter and he's angry and he's just like, "I'm tired." So he's like, "Rah, rah, rah," right? Yeah. The astrology. So hopefully that got it. Yeah. That's all right. You don't have to feel that bad for him. Right. Cheers to you, my friend. Thank you again for your donations. All right, let me just drink the last of this coffee before it gets cold. And then we'll jump in here. So I'm going to step away for about 30 minutes from donations to do about 30 minutes of free readings. And then I'll return back to donations. I do have 3. I got Maria P. And then Ashvin for 2 so far. Yep. And then we'll go from there. And Sean G, I know you normally donate. Sometimes you do a free reading. Not often though. So if yours was a donation, it may not have gone through yet, or you may be on the train. But just in case, I'll definitely do a free reading for you. In fact, what I'll do here, he's a stressed guy. Yeah. A lot of fears, poor little feller. That's all right. He's on his adventure that he wants. So why would we want to cheat him out of that, you know? And we have Salama. Hey, Salama. Good to see you. I got your free reading. We'll add you to the list here too. All right. I think that's it there. All right. All right. Let me just. I'm wearing my hat because speaking of fuzzy, I shaved my head. Well, not shaved it completely, but I trimmed it really close. I had a hair incident. I cut my own hair, and so I got new blades, and they cut closer. And then when you try to correct it, and if you're in a rush, I knew I was like, "Well, I need to do it. I want to cut my hair, but I only have so much time." Well, I can do it, and and I'm like, "Oh no, let me try to fix it." The more I tried to fix it, the worse it got, and then I'm just like, "All right, it's time just to start over." So it looks like Fuzzy Wuzzy Bear. Um, so that's why I wear a hat for a while till the hair starts to go back a little more. So there you go. That's the story. All right. So Maria P, you are up for your free reading. So here is for the free one here. Oops. And you'd like a general for you and Wally. And then when we come back to donations, you'll be the first up for your additional donation questions. Okay, general for you and Ollie. All right, boom, boom. These must be it. Got 3 cards. You got the Empress. Oh my gosh, excuse me. Hiccup. Scared me. The Empress, which is a good card. We got the 9 of Wands and also the Knight of Cups. So beautiful movement of emotional energy. And the Empress is all about creation and abundance and all of that. The 9 of Wands, is an energy of block, an energetic block that's holding back, moving forward kind of energy. And so it's to be aware of this. And I'm seeing here, they're like, I was like, well, is this you blocking it, spirit, for you guys? Or is it an energetic block that's coming from us? Because we can block ourselves or we can have a block from spirit. In this case, they're like, yes, it's both. So in some way, they were holding back some energy because it's like to keep things moving slower. There's a slowness needed now to work on ourselves, to nurture ourselves, to raise our love vibration, to focus on this quest for the inner love, for my self love. And if things move too fast in the outside world, we'll get caught up in defining our love and trying to find our love out there instead of coming back to our true quest, which is finding the self love from within, right? And so that's why there was this, we need to kind of keep things moving at a steady space, no sprinting, no running by the pool of love. You're going to slip and fall, break a tooth. Don't do it. But there's also an energy of that there's some self blockage that comes in with the relationship too with the 9 of Wands. So, and this is about, you know, feeling like I am powerless in the relationship, meaning that I'm reacting from the relationship instead of consciously choosing what I want to create in the relationship. We can kind of fall into just going along with what's going on and reacting to it and then trying to change what we're reacting to rather than consciously creating it. So I feel like that's the message for you right now with that. So hopefully that resonates. Right. That's what they got for you, my dear, my dear, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Ashish Bakaran. Here is for your whoops. You're like, I know my name. It helps see if I put your timestamp in here. My goodness. Here, we'll just remove that. There we go. Here is the correct one. All right. So is your difficult time over and finally have success in your life? All right, let's take a look here. Based on your current energies, is the difficulty over? Take a look here. Is the difficult times over? We got the 9 of Pentacles, which is independence and a bit of success in the outside world. So that feels like a yes, that the difficult times are over. And are you going to have success? Yeah, I feel that doesn't sound very convincing, does it? I'm like, man, yeah. But what I feel here with the Star card and the High Priestess, this is all about, I feel like your definition of success is going to be going through a transformation because that high priestess is about going up into a high priestess temple, connecting with the higher realms, seeing things from that higher place and diving into the emotions. And the Star card is this dream come true energy, and connecting to the star, connecting to our higher self, so both of these cards are about the difficult times are over for now, but the 9 of Pentacles is an energy of like the Hermit too. It's stepping away and connecting with spirit to see the clarity of things because there there are challenging times in life, but they're challenging or they feel difficult to us when life is not matching up to our expectations. And so we feel our expectations feel challenged because every moment is perfect. Every moment is full of experience and there's gratitude and gifts in every second. But when our mind, our story is that's bad, that's not good, that's not enough, that's da 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 da, that's why it feels difficult. That's why it feels bad and low and blah. So I feel like what you're going through here is a recalibration of what is truly important, what's truly urgent in our lives, and it's discovering that, you know, clarity around all that, that these difficult times were for me to show me and to challenge me to go, why am I allowing things in the outside world to make me feel like my worth changes? And it's because we're defining our worth by the outside world through relationship situations and things, which is unstable. That's why we feel unstable. That's also where our difficult times come from, right? And when they're all pointing us back to our true worth, which is that we're priceless, inward and upward. I'm priceless because my worth is rooted in eternal, unconditional love, not the stuff that's happening in the outside world. And I feel like that's what's coming in here. I feel like that's the important thing to realize is that success in life you already have. You just don't realize it because you're judging success by these stories, these small t truths rooted in fear that we were given growing up opinion that success means certain amount of money, certain with a certain relationship, looking a certain way, having certain jobs, certain things, certain blah blah blah. And that's not true, that's just opinion, and but when we get down to the true definition of success on the inside, we realize we're already priceless, we already have everything we need, we're just going through this experience of realizing it, and, going through all these adventures of all these, um, misconceptions that we've learned from the outside world. So, hopefully that makes sense, Ashish. That's what's going on right now, that one kinda deep. Alright, so Content, you are up next. Oops. Did I do that right? Okay, I think we did that right. So here's your timestamp there. And you would like a general reading. All right, let's take a look here. All right. So what do we got? You got the Empress and the Devil. Dun dun dun. And you also had a third one, the Justice card. Yeah, I got 3 major arcana coming in here. So definitely significant awareness coming in with all these 3 because the Devil card is Capricorn Saturn energy. It's a lot of questioning, like long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, a lot of mental energy, even though it's a earth elemental energy, it's all about the mind. And the Justice card is also seeing things from a higher perspective. This Ace of Swords that balances the scales, gives you the higher perception, helping you look past or transmute some old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. So both of those big cards are changes of beliefs and seeing things from a higher perspective rooted in unconditional love instead of small t truths rooted in fear. And I feel like this all has to do with self love, self nurturing with the Empress card, because the Empress card is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Um, Definitely this energy of birthing things, of creativity, of being free of a lot of expectations, which makes sense with all these other cards because the Empress is number 3 in the major arcana. What comes after that is the number 4, which is the energy of rules of society, which followed by the Hierophant, which within this concept of these cards is the rules of spirituality, organized religions and stuff, and organized spiritual beliefs, which is rules and rules. The Empress is Mother Nature, no rules, or at least just nature's rules. None of that stuff, none of that human rules, just the nature's rules. Freedom. And I feel like there's a lot of this that's coming in here around releasing yourself from a lot of these mindsets and beliefs that don't serve you anymore. We took on tribal belief systems when we were younger so that we wouldn't die, starve to death, or get eaten by things. We wanted to stay protected and stay, in the the safety of the tribe. Um, and so we develop these, you know, beliefs of um, all these opinions of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and everything. And then at some point in our life, like this is the Saturn return energy of like big years are like 29 and 58, and whatever 29 years is after that, way up there in the 80s, whatever. But um, it is this challenging period of letting go of old thoughts and beliefs and starting to question why we have the pressure on ourselves that we do and this freedom that comes from it. So I do feel like that's what's going on right now. And you're going to feel like that they're telling you because you might be having conflictions that are coming in, outside world not matching up to what's supposed to be challenge, right? So hopefully that resonates for what's going right now, but it is happening for you to question those things so you could be set free from them because they're not true. And so there you go. All right. So many blessings to you, content. That's what they have for you. Right. Cat Mia, you are up. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. And you want to know what is that wheel like thing that I saw and heard? What does it do? All right, let's take a look here. All right, so what is it? Oh, okay. Ace of Swords and Three of Pentacles. Interesting. So the Ace of Swords here, um, and the Three of Pentacles, it's a creation type of device. The Ace of Swords, I feel like it you're gonna get some clarity around this with this Ace of Swords. You're gonna see something from a higher perspective around it and get more information, and you're gonna see it more often. Um, but the Three of Pentacles is an energy of creation, creativity that brings something into the physical world. Um, the Seven of Pentacles also came out, which is again creation, slow creation, something to do with time and speeding up time. It's almost like a giant clock, but it does something that helps grow things faster or slow the growth of things that come in there, but feels very much tied to, I don't know, like, what this is in relationship to, but, you know, we've got looks like an astrological chart up here, and it's pointing to midday and pointing to the sun, it looks like, which has to do with our identity, in a way, and it rolls over our entire chart. So it feels like it touches every area, and everything that's and that makes sense too. They're pointing at the sun because we determine time, at least currently, by the sundial or how long it takes us to get around the sun. That's how we determine time in a way. So I feel like that's what they were focusing in on, if that resonates there for you. But that's what's coming in, Katmia. So many blessings to you. Right. And then user PC. Here is your timestamp. And I think if you got my note, I think you commented on, I put out another, I'm creating some videos for the services that I offer. I'm creating a playlist. And so I created a couple of videos today, and you commented on one of those with wanting a general reading. I think that's what you wanted. So we're going to give you a general reading, but just in case, so you know. All right. Very good. Let's see here. What they want you to know right now. Okay, we got that. Got that. All right. And then let's see, got the Moon card and the Knight of Pentacles. So the Knight of Pentacles is a slow moving knight here. So it is about, there's this timing energy, and the Moon card too is bringing in the phases of the moon energy that's coming in. The message is trust the timing of things. It might feel like time is kind of going slow right now and that it's not moving as fast as we would like it, or that things aren't coming in the way we think it should, but it's unfolding perfectly, and there's perfect cycles, and there's reasons for the cycles, and everything does work in those. And we will, be doing these energies, trusting them. Things will unfold, and there's times of growth and like the new moon, new birth, and then there's the reflection upon that, and then there's the full moon of fruition, and then the falling away to replant. That there's it's like the seasons. There's a season for everything, but more so this moon cycle energy. And I feel like they're pointing you back to the moon cycles and being aware of using the new moon wishes and new moon intentions and the full moon releases and doing releasing ceremonies, making release a ceremony, making new birth of things a ceremony, just really grounding those in. So I feel like that's what they have coming in for you right now. So many blessings to you. No, Deb, I did not add you onto the free list yet. So I'll add you on now. I kind of was like, if you want one. But I didn't see a response. I don't think I did yet. So I'll just add it on now. And Ashvin, yeah. Um, I'm right in the middle of free readings. I'm going to have about 10 more minutes of free readings since I hadn't gotten into in 2.5 hours. I take 30 minutes to get into some free readings. And then I'll be returning back to donations. I have Maria P. up first, and then Ashvin 2 for you after that. So that's where we'll be here. So, right. Very good. And then let's see, I got Alicia. I see your free reading request here too. We'll get you on the list here. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Make sure I didn't miss anyone else real quick, and I'll continue on the readings. Yeah, I got some. All right. So continuing on here, we got Helga. Helga. Here is your timestamp. And the guy you asked about the last 2 times rejected you. Will he regret it? And is anything coming regards of love, or will you die alone? That's right. I know it feels like they rejected you, but they actually freed you, We're like, thank you for freeing me. So let's take a look here. One, will he regret it? 3 of Swords, Yeah, we got the 3 of Swords, which is an energy of expectations equal disappointment and um, heartbreak energy. And I feel like they're gonna realize, um, but I feel like they'll realize it later when it's too late, because we normally don't know how good we've got it till it's gone, or, we're too blinded by what we think we want. We don't know what's best for us, and we can't recognize that in someone else, right? Until later, and then they're like, "Oh god, you know what? I was such a jerk." And you're like, "That's all right, it was for me, right?" Anything else coming regards love, or will you die alone? Yep. Yes. No, you won't die alone. But you got the Star card, which is dream come true, and you got the Empress, which is abundance and fullness. So that's why they were saying they freed you so that you could go on to someone that's like a dream come true for you, that you feel is like abundance, that you feel, is full in that as well. So I like this, um, I like this energy of that they kept you when they freed you from going into something that would be less than you deserve, which is what you find later. So you definitely do have something that feels like a dream come true that will come forward. So um, you can be like, thank you. They're like, for what? For not holding me back because I realize if I settled, I wouldn't have what I deserve, right? You don't have to tell them that. You can just say that on the inside. You can have a conversation in your head around it. It's not going to do any good to say that to them. That's just, you know, wasted energy. But you can create a little puppet of them in your head and just talk to them and go, "Thank you." And then there's this release. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Right. Livier Vagarra, you are up. Oh, look at this 255.55. You are very welcome. Where will you meet the special kind gentleman in your life? All right, let's take a look here and see what we have here. Where, oh, where will you meet them? Yep. Well, you're not going to meet them where you're at. Got the Page of Wands, which is like this adventure energy. And the Six of Swords is when you move across the sea, when you leave behind old ways of thinking, move from choppy waters to calmer waters. But that is travel, that is movement energy. And the Page of Wands is that um, adventure type of action. So, not until you take action and you actually end up going somewhere else across water, whatever that could be. If it's crossed a lake, across an ocean, something along those lines. But that's where you'll meet them, wherever you end up moving to. So that's what they got there. Alrighty. So many blessings, Olivier. I tell you, you're going to get a job somewhere in another nation somewhere. I always felt, right? Another country. All right. Alexis, you are up. So 257.28. So Alexis, you want to ask about your dad. Does he lie and do things behind your back? He always makes me out to be the bad guy and plays the victim role in every situation we have. You regret moving in with him. All right, let's take a look here. So does your dad do things behind your back? All right, and what else here? All right. We have the Magician here, which I feel like that's like I'm not trying to do things behind your back. I feel like I'm just so focused in on living the life that I want. I don't really think about or comprehend that my actions are impacting anyone else because I'm just focused on number 1, the magician, the number 1 magician. That I'm just like I'm like this, so I don't see what's happening to you or how it's impacting you and if you're like, "Hey, you should do this and you should do that," and or whatever, and even if they go, "Oh, okay," then they in the moment that they're making decisions, they forget everything else. I feel like there's something going on with their mind a little bit here too. Let's see what this other card is here. Yeah, we've got this mental confliction here. So I do feel like they might have something going on. Of course, I'm not a licensed medical professional or psychologist or anything like that, but I do feel like there's something that's impacting their mentality where they're not it's not so much maybe Alzheimer kind of energy, but that I forget. It could be even ADHD or, ADD where I I I get on a track and I can't get off of it, and I forget everything that was said before because 'cause I'm so into and that can happen, but it feels like there's something to do with their mind that's conflicted here that's coming in. And that makes sense though, when people are in fear, they're not doing things intentionally towards you. They're just reacting from their own fear. When they feel unsafe and out of control, we go out of our minds. We revert to like being a 2-year-old with our pet hissing cat doing whatever we feel we need to do to feel safe and in control again. So when I'm out of my mind, I'm doing stupid, unloving, uncompassionate things. When I'm calm and not in fear, then I'm compassionate, then I'm loving, then I'm intelligent. So I feel like, realize that there's something going on inside of them, and that's it's impacting them in that way because of fear. But also, I feel like there's something else going on, possibly with their brain and their mentality, that's going in there too. So hopefully that gives you a little more awareness that it's not against you, it's not towards you, it's not at you. I'm not doing anything to you. I'm just reacting to my fears and my feeling unsafe in some way. My inner child is. And then you're reacting as well. Your inner child then feels unsafe and out of control. So when you realize that, you can control yours, right? You can take some breaths and step back, and then you can see things more clearly and you know, do things from that intelligent, loving, compassionate place instead of our own. They're acting like a 2-year-old. I suddenly start acting like a 2-year-old too, because I feel unsafe and out of control. And then we just start like two kids fighting instead of, yeah, they should be the adult because they're your dad. That's our mentality. But when they're in what they're feeling, they're not your dad. They're a little 2-year-old child that was hurting and scared. And so when we realize that, we can ignite a little more compassion towards people when we're out of our fight or flight. When we're in our fight or flight, we can't. We're just going to be trying to protect ourselves too. So hopefully that helps, Alexis. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right, let's see here. I got, I think, one more here, and then I'll have done like 30 minutes, and then I will come back and finish up the other free readings after I finish the donations. All right. So, Dollface Diva, you are up. Here's your timestamp. So, and you wanted a general. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? And that one here. All right. So you got the 3 of Wands. I had a feeling you're going to get the 6 of Swords too. You got the 3 of Wands, which is about a change of direction with new information. You do have the 6 of Swords, which is looking at things from a different mental place, letting some old beliefs fall away, seeing things from that higher perspective allows movement to happen in the outside world. So I definitely feel like there's this change coming in here. And you have the King of Pentacles too. I feel like this change and this information has to do with your beliefs around your worth and also your beliefs around abundance. And so when you're looking at life differently and defining what success means differently, not from the small t truths rooted in fear, not all the opinion that's been given, but some seeing things from the place of unconditional love, enjoying laughter and gratitude, and seeing that from that higher perspective allows you to go, my goals are changing. The things I'm wanting are changing. The direction I want to go is changing. Where I want to live is possibly changing as well. But I do feel like there is that starts with a change here that then changes your plans, and then you put it to action, and you actually do make a different change in the outside world. And it could be a change of like location of where you live. It could be also be a change of like where you want to work or who you want to be with. It could be any of those areas that it comes in, because when we start to change our mindsets and beliefs, it starts just rolling out into different areas of our life too. So don't be afraid to change direction, because you're changing, and your destination also changes. So I like that for you, right? So that's what they have for you, Dollface Diva. Many blessings to you. All right, take a quick sip here. We're going to dive back into donations, and then I will return back and finish out the free readings as well. So up next will be Maria P. and then Ashvin for 2. Let me take a sip here. Cheers, everybody. Some nice ginger and lemon tea. Yum, yum, yum. All right. So, Maria P., thank you for your additional donation. Let's grab your timestamp here. Here are both of yours. That's not your free one, of course. That's that one. All right, and you're over here. Let's bring up your PayPal. All right. So, what were Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you when he was in his sister's house? I don't feel like it was these. I feel like it's that one. All right. What was he doing over there? Did the dragon go? And what is the dragon up to? Anything that you would worry about with Wally? Anything you would worry about? Here's the deck. But you're asking anything that you need to worry about them? What's coming for your relationship the next 3 months? And a song. All right. So let's take a look here. Let's buckle up here. Let's get the helmet on. Here we go. So what were his thoughts and feelings when he's over at his sister's? 7 of Pentacles. You know, it's the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. Taking their time kind of energy here. It's interesting because I feel like he was contemplating maybe like telling his sister and, you know, getting into detail, but based on what she was going through and what everything was going on, he was like, "Ah, this isn't a good time." Because it's like she was in a bad mood and something was going on, and so he was gonna do that, but, that's what his thoughts were. He was actually gonna, like, um, tell his sister more about what's going on between the 2 you guys. What was he doing over there? The lovers. This is relationship, um, energy, and it feels here because it doesn't have to be a romantic energy. This is family, and I feel like it is, maintaining the family relationship, but I feel like he went over there, at first to talk about you 2 guys. Again, that's that energy, right? He wanted to tell him about you 2, but then he was like, "Oh, this isn't good." You know? It's like, have you seen the movies where someone wants to propose and there's never a good time? There's always something dramatic happening. This is kinda like he went like, "Well, this isn't a good day today." Um, was, um was the dragon with them here? Nope, 8 of swords. No, this is leaving the thinking trapped back at home. No, they weren't with him there. They were back, at home or wherever. They just weren't with him there. He didn't want them there. He wanted to be able to have this secure conversation with his sister. What was the dragon up to? Yep, 8 of cups. There's this, um, walking away energy. This maybe they were at therapy. I don't know. 'Cause the 8 of cups is like, walking away from relationships and emotions that don't serve anymore. So, they were off doing something about letting someone go, letting a relationship go, letting some emotions go. That's why it feels like therapy almost, like they were, ending something, an emotional situation of some sort, but it felt like they were walking away from something. Anything to worry about with Wally? Nope, Ace of Cups, 4 of Wands. No. It's all joy, joy, and celebration, love energy here, I don't feel like really there's nothing to worry about in life, um, unless we just enjoy worrying, right? Because that's fear energy, right? That's expectation energy, that's lower vibration energy. It's a waste. It's actually worry is like look at your relationship as a body. Every moment, everything that I'm putting into my mouth is either poison or it is, um, what's the opposite of poison? It's healing. What do you call it? I think it either is helping me or hurting me. It's either poison or remedy or healthy, thing for me, right? And that's the same thing with the emotions we put into the relationship. Any mental energy I put in, any emotional energy I put in, any of my intention energy, any of my physical energy, it's either hurting the relationship or it's helping it become more healthy. Worry is poison, and you're poisoning your relationship when you worry. So maybe that will help. Maybe realize when you're starting to worry, go, "Oh, I'm the wicked witch, and I'm giving the poisonous apple. No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to eat poison. I'm going to give health to my relationship, not poison it." So there you go. What's your for your relationship the next 3 months? Yeah, beautiful, powerful major arcana here. You've got magician energy and the chariot card, which both of these are whatever you put into it. I feel like that's what they're wanting to make you realize is that every moment you're making a choice with the chariot card, and every moment you're putting your energy and creating every moment. So, what unfolds over the next 3 months is going to be all dependent upon what you're focusing on each moment the most. Because whatever are you creating health, you're going to have a healthy relationship, healthy outcomes, healthy things, experiences, events that happen. If you're poisoning your body, you're going to have things that represent that instead. And I feel like they're like, get out of the future, come back to the now. What choices are you making right now? Right. The song you have is The Page of Wands. I'm hearing what? Lucy in the Sky? It's an old song. Something about something in the sky. What is this? It's an old song. I'm not even sure. I was very disconnected from music when I was young because of the religion we were in. They didn't let us listen to any music besides Christian music. Um, so I led a very sheltered musical life. But is it Lucy in the Sky? The sky. I is what it's like an old song. And I'm not sure what it is, but it sounds like something Wally would been listening to. Can ask him, "Hey, what," or you can Google it, right? Because when we look at Lucy in the Sky, I think it's Lucy in the Sky. It's probably like that's what I heard, but it probably was like, "No, that's not it." Any musicians here on music aficionados? Let's see here. Let me just do a quick search here. Let's see, song. That's funny. Oh, "Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds" by the Beatles. Let's see here. The lyrics are, "Picture yourself in a boat on a river with tangerine trees and marmalade skies." Oh, that's the page that was there. "Somebody calls you, you answer quite slowly, a girl with kaleidoscope eyes. Cellophane flowers of yellow and green towering over your head. Look for the girl with the sun in her eyes, and she's gone. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Follow her down a bridge by a fountain where rocking horse people eat marshmallow pies. Everyone smiles as you drift past the flowers that grow so incredibly high." And there's more. I'll let you look it up there, but it sounds like a positive thing. I feel like, it might mean something, for Wally too. So there you go. Let's see your fortune cookie here. Let's see what we got here. Only got 3 cards left, so these will be it for this evening. Well, not this evening, but if I have more, I have other, oracle, but this will finish out this deck. So you got consistency for your card here, Maria, which says, "Greatness isn't created in a single moment, it's built through consistent effort. One day at a time. Keep going, and your future self will thank you." I love that. It's like what we were talking about. All right. So that's what we got for you, Maria. Thank you again for your multiple donations. Appreciate those. All right. So, Ashvin, thank you so much for your patience in getting to your reading here. Here's your first time stamp. Boom, boom. And we'll give your donation a love and a like here. Want to know when and how are you going to meet your spouse? All right. Let's take a look here. Yes, Deb with diamonds. Lucy with diamonds in the sky, right? Or Lucy in the sky with diamonds. I just read it. We already forgot it. From the White Album. Very cool. All right, let's take a look here, Ashvin. So, when and how will you meet your future spouse? We'll do a when card here. You have the Queen of Pentacles, which is December 13th to January 9th, based on current energy. Zero in so you can see the Queen here, Queen of Pentacles. Beautiful cards here. So, this is, of course, Virgo, Taurus, and Capricorn energy. Oh, yeah, the Pentacles, all the Earth energies. Yeah, and the Queen of Pentacles is nurturing, comfortable, sensible, luxurious. It is the birthing of things. So I like that energy. Let's see here about the how or where energy, because it feels like here there's some sort of gathering with this Queen of Pentacles. It is going to be someone brand new with the Ace of Wands, which, so that's, an ace is like someone brand new, right? I did think it was an LSD trip. As I was looking at it, I go, it sounds like they're on drugs. All right. I also feel here, Ashvin, with this Ace of Wands, you're going to meet them doing something that you love. Like, it's not like you're looking for love and you're on a dating app or you're blah, 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 whatever. This is like you're out doing something that is like bringing you joy and a passion and you're excited about doing. And in doing that, you bump into someone who's also doing something they love, which is the thing that you're doing. And then you have this commonality, right? And and then you keep bumping into them, or you're like, you start up a conversation and you're like, I love this. And let's say it's probably not this, but just saying like it's a certain like sculptures or paintings or something that you enjoy going to look at, or a musical, or it's something that you're looking at and you're enjoying, and you bump into someone and you start up this great conversation, and they're like, do you know that they have this this other event, with him next weekend or in 2 weeks or whatever, and you're like, "No way, really? Wow. Oh gosh," like, "What are you gonna go?" And you're like, "I don't know. None of my friends like going to these things. I had to drag him to this one, so I don't know if I wanna go," and they're like, "Well, if you don't go by yourself, I'm gonna go by myself. You wanna just go together?" And you're like, "Really?" And you're like, "Yeah, okay," It's like that kind of thing where it unfolds that way, so I like that. What else do we got here? Yeah, the sun. So we got this bright energy here. There is this spotlight energy, bright, bright energy, and I feel here there's some sort of spotlight on one of you. And I feel like that's how you guys kinda meet 2 at it, because one of you is literally standing out from the crowd, um, but you spot each other, and then you guys strike up a conversation, go, "Oh my god, when you said da da da, I just wanted to ask a quick question. When you said da da da, did you mean da da da? And where's that happening?" Because and then that's like kind of the conversation kind of happens in a way like that too. So what else you got here? You got the Six of Swords. So there is this movement of communication. Yeah, you got the Star card and the Four of Wands. Yeah, so it is like a joyful celebration, a gathering of some sort. So I do see that here. And it is doing something different with the Six of Swords and the Star card, because it's kinda like you're doing something unique and different. Because the Star card is Aquarius energy, and it's, doing something unique, doing something different. That 6 of swords of both of those feel like that, and even the King of Wands, it's you deciding to do something from your heart instead of your head with all this too, is how you end up meeting them. So, I like this, doing something against the grain is what takes you across each other's paths. So, um, doing it differently, doing something that's like been a dream of yours too, kind of energy. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie is here. You've got two. I feel like this is your first one. Yeah, because there is a vicious cycle of meeting snakes. Is that what's going in here? Um, You're caught in a pattern that repeats itself, holding you in a place of frustration or stagnation. Step back, identify the root cause, and make a conscious choice to break free. So it's doing things differently. There's that energy. If we keep doing what we've always done, we're going to end up getting what we've always gotten. If like we are looking on dating apps, we're always going to get what we got. If we're always doing this, da-da. But there's like, I have always wanted to go to a museum, or I always wanted to go to this, or I always wanted to go to a cuisine class, or um, a pottery class or something. I always want to do something different. And in doing that, breaking the cycle, boom, ta-da. All right. So that's what they have for that one, Ashvin. So thank you for your dual donations here for your number 2 here. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. Just move that off of there. So thank you for number 2. We'll give that a love and a like there as well. Right. So a general for February. All right. Let's take a look here. What for February? Just take another quick sip here. Sorry. Just got to keep hydrated here. Since it's 10 degrees Fahrenheit out, all the moisture is being sucked out into the freezing weather, right? All right, let's see here. What for February? Oh, they want this one too. What else? And we went to these two. Okay, what else? All right, those two. All right. So February, you got the 6 of Cups energy here. I feel like there's a return. Yeah, even underneath here. Well, we got the horse of fire that we move into, the fire horse and astrology, Chinese astrology on February 17th. And here's the horse underneath, which it feels like it brings something. It brings a significant quick change with the Tower card, which it's known to do that with the horse. That's why I wanted to mention that. But the 6 of Cups does feel like it brings someone back into your life from the past. It doesn't feel romantic. It feels more an old friend or an old, maybe family member that you haven't talked with in a while. There is a significant return, though, of someone that maybe moved away and now they've come back, and um, so it feels like there's a restart, a reboot of friendship, a very close friendship. So let's see what else we got. You a couple little snippets here. You got the Ace of Cups and the Page of Swords. Do you have a lot of clarity coming in around your self-love, which is a good energy here, letting go of some old thoughts and beliefs that don't serve you anymore? And I feel like this return of this individual helps spark that, because I feel like because they've been gone, it feels like for a couple of years at least, them coming back, you're realizing how you've changed. They've changed too, but you realize how you have changed, because you're like, yeah, I'm not the same person I was. Just thinking about the friendship, thinking about the interactions you guys used to have and stuff. You're like, I just don't like the same things we used to do and everything. And I've changed. So I really like that kind of energy here. A lot of awareness of how much your self-love has changed. Maybe it's around like Valentine's Day, you're realizing I'm going to have time with my friends and I'm changing the way I look at love and I'm celebrating myself, my self love. You also have the Five of Swords and the Four of Pentacles. So a little bit of kind of conflict having to do with home with the Four of Pentacles. Could be that your head is wanting you to do something with your home and your heart wants to do something differently, whether it's thinking about where you want to live or what you want to do in your home, like moving it around or doing something with the home. It just feels like there's a conflicting energy that comes in here with this. Maybe even like where you want to live. I said that in the beginning, but they're bringing that back around. All right, what else? You've got the Chariot card, something underneath there, and the Two of Wands. Okay, yes, the power of choice energy. And um, the Chariot is overall choice. It's the choice of the Two of Wands, which is where am I focusing my energy? But the Chariot card also includes what emotion am I choosing in each moment? What mental story am I choosing each moment? And what physical actions am I taking? Because the Two of Wands came out underneath the surface, it's really an impact here that in February, it's very, and maybe that, with bringing in that Knight of Wands with the fire horse too, that the energy is so powerful for whatever you're focusing on comes in even faster than it normally does and larger than it normally does. So it's a big awareness around where are you putting your attention? Because wherever your attention goes, your focus goes, your energy goes, your power goes, and it amplifies it and draws it to you. So if you're focusing on gratitude, you get more to be grateful for. If you're focusing on want and need and lack energy or fears, you get more lack, big lack. You get more fears, bigger fears. So it's being aware of where you're really having that intention is important for you for February. And then you have the 10 of Pentacles and the 7 of Wands. They're basically, it's a message for February that being true to your authentic self, shining bright, not asking permission to shine, not defending yourself, but being true to yourself, standing out, standing bright is beneficial for you in the outside world. Financially, anything that feels like abundance, it just brings in this feeling of fullness. And so it doesn't mean being a jerk, right? We know that about, hey, whatever, I'm going to be me. But it's about being your true self, your true authentic self. Because when we're being a jerk, we're not being our true authentic self. We're acting in fear. So, of course, when we're being true to ourselves, we are full of joy and laughter and gratitude and abundance and fullness. And then, of course, that's bringing that in. But it is about don't be afraid to talk about what you want and be what you want, invest energy in what you want, because you bring that fullness does come about here. Yeah, like by the end of February, you might have a little exhaustion if you don't kind of be aware of your energy, because it says exhaustion is a warning sign, not a badge of honor. Respect your limits, listen to your body, and give yourself the rest that you deserve. So there definitely is an energy there of, you're going to have a lot of um, fire energy going on and a lot of wanting to grow, wanting to focus your energy, wanting to do a lot, but they're like balance is important. Listen to your body. If it's like, I really could do one more thing, but I'm tired, like rest. You'll be much better for you. Right. So that's what they have for you, Ashvin. Hopefully that resonates for you. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations. Appreciate those. All right. So I think that is it there. Let me just double check here. All right. Check one other place real quick here. I just want to make sure we didn't have something come in. Nope. All right. So we will dive in here. So we have up first or next for free readings is Touch O' Love. So Touch of Love, here is your timestamp. And what is coming for you in love? All right, let's take a look here. All right. Well, oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you because you got the Knight of Pentacles, which whenever we get this with love, it's like, oh man, but it's a slowest moving night. It's just, you know, it means that love is slowing down to give you time to focus on your self love, to raise your love vibration, so that you can draw in someone that matches that higher vibration, not doing what we've always done and get what we've always gotten, something, higher and bigger. And it makes sense here because you got the Queen of Swords, which means there is someone very compatible out there for you. It's one of my compatibility cards. But I know the big but. We like big butts and we cannot lie. That's, in readings, we don't like big butts. That's funny. Your spirits guides are hilarious. But the 8 of Cups is about leaving behind old relationships that don't serve you anymore and old emotions that don't serve you anymore. So it's like taking an emotional inventory. So one looking at, the relationships that you're giving 70, 80, 90% all the time, and the other individual or individuals are only giving 10, 20, 30% all the time. And um, you realize that's a poor investment. And you might think of people immediately like, I just need to stop investing in it. And if it falls away, it falls away. I get all that energy, that emotional energy back. And, or if there's some that you back off to 50, and if they make up the difference, then at least you got back the 10, 20, 30, 40% extra that you were giving in. And now it's a more equal relationship. Um, yeah. And then the other is looking at any emotions that you've stuffed down below because it takes energy to keep these charged emotions down. And the emotions being charged are also sucking up emotional energy. And so it's looking back at emotions from when we're 7 years old and younger, even back into the womb, the things that are demanding our attention, that these triggers that are coming up going, mom, 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 or, our inner child, hey, 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 hey. You're like, okay, we'll look at that. And the importance of that regarding love is when our emotional bank is almost bankrupt because we're investing so much emotional energy into all those things, our heart will not allow new love to come in or allow a passion project to come in that we want to invest our emotions in because there ain't none left. And you can't overdraw at the bank. The our heart is like the loan officer, like, nope, you can't have any more until we get some of this back. We don't allow negative capital or whatever. I don't even know what these words mean, but we don't allow that, And so it's important that things are slowing down to give you time to get that emotional energy back. And as you do, then things start speeding up, and that's what brings the love towards you. But that's what they have for you for love right now. Touch of love. So many blessings to you. All right. Crystal Waters, you are up. Here is your timestamp. Thank you guys again so much for all your patience and getting to your readings and all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love. It tells me that you enjoy your readings and free readings, and it's a way to show me and my channel some love. So thank you guys so much. You're part of the love tsunami. So I definitely thank you guys. All right, Crystal, you want to ask what B truly felt for you? All right. All right. Let's see here. All right. Well, there definitely a lot of emotion. So you got the Queen of Cups. She rolls over the suit of emotions. All queens get a second portion of cups behind the scenes. So she's the master of emotion, a lot of deep emotion. The Empress rules over all 4 queens, and all 4 queens grant the 4 cups they have behind the scenes, and this Queen of Cups grants her second, of her suit. So the Empress is 5 parts emotion, 1 part earth, 1 part fire, 1 part, air. So again, like I said, a lot of emotion, there's a lot of sensuality and, nurturingness here. So there was great emotion that they did feel for you, here, and I feel like they still do. I just don't know if they have the ability or had the ability to express their emotions. Because if all you've been taught growing up is how to express yourself through action, like motion, not emotion, through sensuality, through um, attraction, energetic and physical attraction, intimacy. If that's what you're taught growing up, don't share your emotions, do this, then you just don't know. You don't know how to do it. You know, they're like, you know, just do it. Just express your emotion. They're like, it's like saying, move things with your mind, do it. And you're like, I never learned. Then it's hard for us to do that, right? So I feel like they did have a ton of emotion there, just didn't really get to uh, express it or have the ability to express it. So hopefully that makes sense, Crystal. That's what they got for you there. So many blessings to you. All right. Let me just prepare these other ones here real quick. All right. So Sean G, you are up here. All right. Oops, that's not right. Oh, I was one button off here. One button shy. That's kind of my theme. Um, so we'll do a free reading here. I don't know if you were meaning to do a donation. I didn't see one come through. So apologies if it was trying to go through and it didn't. But you want to know there's been a lot of negative stuff happening. And you're trying to balance, but what's going on? We got a lot of weird energy going on in the stars. Here we were talking about it earlier when we first started the stream, and so there is a lot of challenge, a lot of um, shake-in going on. The last of the snake month or the year that's coming in, and so we're shedding a lot of things, preparing already this fire horse energy for February 17th. We're already starting to feel the pull and it's like the rocket is starting to shake because we're going to have liftoff. So there's a lot of energies that are happening, going on. Specifically for you, we do have the Ace of Cups and the King of Pentacles too. So a lot of this is pointing towards like your sense of self-worth here. And so when we're looking at negative stuff, there's this analogy that spirit gave me that makes so much sense to me. And they were telling me, when we have expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be, especially those that were defining our worth by these happening or not happening. I just saw myself looking up. I saw myself on my because it's a little delayed. I'm like, that would look silly, but yeah, when I'm looking up here, um, but when we have all these expectations, we start off feeling like we're behind. We're at we're at negative 1,000 and we're slowly making our way up, but that's why things feel negative because we have this mindset that things should be different, these expectations, and we feel we're in the negative, so things feel negative. But when we switch this King of Pentacles also represents this energy of gratitude, of fullness. And the Ace of Cups is realizing me as a chalice, if I'm trying to fill myself up from the outside world, I'm going to feel empty. When I define myself by the outside world, I feel the negative, I feel things fall short, and I feel things are not unfolding. Because if when the outside world doesn't match my thoughts, that's what it feels negative. But I also um, it confuses us because we're like, no, it's supposed to be this, but it's not. And when our expectations and beliefs and mindsets of should don't match reality, our mindsets lose, but only 100% of the time. So Byron Katie says. She's amazing. So there's this change and this awareness that comes in through all of this, that I can turn inward and upward to find my self-love, and I can switch things and go, every moment there's gratitude in something, even if I don't see it in the moment, right? So, there is this switch that, you know, everything is happening for me to show me things that are holding me captive so I can be set free, which means they're not negative, right? So I feel like that's the big thing that's coming in, and the energy that they're wanting to, show you around this is, um, that's how we balance it. You're trying to balance what's going on, but the balance doesn't come in trying to fix the thing that's going on in the outside world. The balance comes in changing my story about what's happening, changing my emotional choice about what's happening, change my energy about what's happening, change my actions about what's happening, and go, okay, because the imbalance doesn't happen out in the outside world. The outside world just is. And then, um, I'm the one that puts the story to it, and then everything else follows suit. The emotional soundtrack that gets it connected to it, which then inspires me to act in some way physically and energetically. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. I just saw you had a donation come through. So if you have more questions, that's your free one. But please, if you want to dive deeper, ask more follow up, we can do that for your donation as well. Or if you have another question. All right. See here, we got Minu. Hello, hello. We got your free question, and Madison as well. So let's get you guys onto the free list here. I'm just giving myself some more space here. Here we go. So thank you, Sean, for your donation. I don't know why it didn't come through over here yet. Come on. Come on. There it is. So I saw it come over here on this other screen. It just come through this one here. Oh, let's get rid of this thing. All right. All right. So free readings I'll come back to here in a moment. Up next we'll have Salama, I think is correct, and then Alicia, and then Deb for your birthday. We'll do a special little reading, and then Minu after that, and then Madison, you'll be above for that. But we do have a donation. Thank you, Sean G. Let's put you up here. Take a quick sip here too. Oops, my heat turned off. All right. All right. So, Sean, we got 344.29 for your timestamp for your donation. There it is there. And so, your question. So, you were accepted to this art show, but it's out of your budget. I was to call them, but my phone broke, and now we're in a storm. Oh, yeah. Will I be able to be in the show? You're really worried about the fee. It's really expensive. I'm hoping they'll be open to giving you a discount. All right. Yeah, we'll take a look here. Yeah, storm. Yeah, it's 10 degrees here. It's nice and balmy. Last night it got into the minus Fahrenheit degrees. All right, so let's take a look here. Oh, yeah, and we need to introduce, in fact, whoa, bam, bam. I think I'm going to use these Creatrix Awakened Oracle for, let me just move these out of the way. Don't keep hitting my microphone. My goodness. Okay, I think we're good. All right. So, Sean, let's take a look here. Will you be able to be in the show? So, based on current energies, I've got here these two, these three. Okay. And let's see here. Will they be able to offer you a discount? All right. All right. So let's take a look. At bottom of the deck here, you do have, well, you have the Two of Swords, which is, of course, the power of story. And I like that for you because, you know, what we were just talking about in your previous reading, the more I focus in on, you know, um, the the storm, the lower vibration of it, the more I my mind and my energy will help support that story. And the more I change, you know what? I really want to do this, creator. And so I know you're going to make a way. And I'm so grateful that you're going to allow me to be into it. And so I'm going to, you know, talk to them about, is there anything we can do with the fee? And you're going to find a way for me. And if it doesn't, then I know it's not for me. So I'm going to know that every outcome is for me. Life doesn't happen to me. It's the change of that story from 2 to 4. And it's like, thank you. And I like the reason I was like, oh, because on the bottom underneath that, we have the Empress, which we get so much for you. It's actually, this is the Emperor, but I saw it as the Empress. But it is the power of choice energy that comes in here too. But I very much was, it totally was the Empress. It changed before my eyes because it totally said Empress. So they were planting it into my brain. All right, let's take a look here. Will you be able to be in the show? You do have the Queen of Swords and the Ace of Swords. Yep, here's creative ideas, clarity that comes in, and that balance energy between the head and the heart of the Queen of Swords. So there is communication here. I feel like asking for what you want is good with that. And then what else did we have here? Yep, you got the Chariot card. Yeah, you got all this power of your energy because the Chariot card is the power of choice. It is victory, it is movement. And you got the Magician and the Page of Wands. It's like if you put all your energy into the for you and that creation energy, even the Emperor energy would be like King of Wands energy. It's when I get out of my head of all the supposed to be and should be and need to be in any of the kind of the stories of fear, anything that's connected to lack, and I just focus more on the gratitude for opportunities and making a way, and I know that you know what's best for me, and if this is for me, open the doors and show me either money will come in or they'll give you a grant or they have, "Oh, yeah, well, we can do this for you," or, you know, what I just had, what is this? Oh, from Beauty and the Beast, be our guest," you know? Um, so it's interesting, um energy that comes in with that. So it's very positive, but it's when we switch it to for me. All this is for me. It's for me, not to me. It's for me, for me, for me. And I'm even going to talk about this is not happening to me. I'm not going to give that energy. I'm going to give that this is happening for me, an opportunity, and there's going to be a way. Or I know that this isn't for me, and that there will be a better opportunity. So I like that. Um, will they be able to give you a discount? Knight of Wands. If you invest your Wands energy and get out of your head with the Devil card. Well, there's this work energy here. The House of Capricorn and work. I almost was gonna say that over here that maybe they'll be like, "Well, we can give you a discount if you'll can you work the front table for us or something, in the beginning? Can we get your help with something? We can kinda offset it." And you're like, "Sure, we can do that." But it feels like there's something to do with that there, getting out of your head and focusing in on the energy, of it. So, I like this for you. I feel like it's such a great opportunity to learn the power that you have over what is happening in your life and that you're not at the whim of the outside world. You are the empress. Let's see here. We got these wonderful creatrix awakened um, oracles. So this is going to be your fortune cookie. Since I finished up using the last deck here, this one was right there, and I wanted to grab it here. Let's see what do we got here. Yep, we got the is that the Enifatrix? Infinity Matrix Atrix? Got card number 24, which is willingness, fluency, and emergence. Let's see what message comes in here for you. Let's see, are these? Oh, this is the one that they're not numbered. Okay, here it is. So the an innatrix, it's like initiating word, right? So the initiatrix calls you into awareness of your embodiment, your willingness to become new versions of yourself, and the ability to stay true to yourself in the storm of life as it changes to adjust to you. She invites you to trust, to let go, to be brave as you step into initiations and transformations large and small. You can't make it up the storm. She is a powerful force of creation, like the Empress. She activates, inspires, and catalyzes the new by using her voice, stories, and unique perspective to awaken and connect you to deeper levels of self understanding, not understanding, but self understanding. In a time when many seek comfort, familiarity, and conformity, the initiatrix stands apart. She carves her own path, guided by her innermost desires, constantly undergoing rebirth and inner transformation. She mirrors the earth's cycles, embracing the seasons and the moon's phases, leading by example in her ever evolving, ever unfolding journey. The initiatrix embraces her role as a wild woman and trailblazer in this unprecedented era, ushering in the golden age and acting as a fully inhabited frequency leader. Her very presence initiates change, embodying transformation and embracing her imperfections, knowing that true magic lies in the beauty of evolution, in facing fears, embracing failures, shedding tears, and emerging with a fresh perspective and recalibrated frequency. She understands that life is about growth, dancing with the storm of uncertainty, grieving symbolic deaths, and birthing new versions of yourself through every initiation. It's about standing as leaders who may not always be popular, but stand true and steadfast no matter what. The initiatrix knows that initiation's power lies in the shifting tides, the becoming, the shedding, the metamorphosis, and the fresh inner landscapes created. The initiatrix transcends being a mere record keeper or frequency guardian. She's a sovereign frequency accelerator, the sensual embodiment of initiation itself, calling you to stand out, to unleash your unique frequency, and to be the initiator of change in your life and the world unrelentlessly. A journal question you can ask yourself, when was your last season of rebirth? How did it transform you? What did you leave behind? A practice you can do, close your eyes and take 2 big breaths, breathing in through your nose and out through your mouth. Put your arms up and face palms out, away from you. For 1 minute, focus on feeling the currents of life around you from your own body, house, family, out to your town, social media, world happenings. Then for the next minute, expand your awareness to the cosmos, your star families, ancient civilizations and ascended masters, and the history held by Mama Gaia, all timelines beyond our knowing even. Now bring that awareness back to yourself, your body, your breath. You are a point of light amidst the beautiful chaos, the beacon of becoming and rebirth. Wow. And then your mantra here, whoops, as I hit my microphone again. I embody my role of initiatrix, trusting in my willingness to evolve, my fluency for navigating change, and my emergence as a beacon of transformation in my life and in the world. Wow. Powerful energy there. So that's what they have for you, Sean. Hopefully that helps a little bit. That breathing exercise might help too. Come out of the storm. Come out of the storm. All right. But best of luck to you. I feel like you're going to be fine. All right. So many blessings. I think that was it for the donations. Let me take a sip here. We'll jump back in. Like I said about it, got a handful of more free readings. We'll finish those out. How are we doing? Yeah. All right. So we have here Salama. You are up. We got 357.22. Is your timestamp? Whoops. Oh wow, it just popped in here. That was weird. It was like the chat was was not moving here. Let's see. It says it's freezing and they're saying it's going to snow really bad. And I'm here, no phone service because the girl in T Mobile wants to play with you. Oh, girl. Going to call corporate. Yes, I've been giving God your mustard seed. Oh, good. A series of unfortunate events. I think it's listen to my phone breaking because I was supposed to call them. They called me and emailed me, but I was so nervous. I kept putting off. I sure would. Yes, I feel like that's why all this is happening because my core, you're still happy, even though today's been boulder after boulder. You're taking all the lessons, so I still wanna get that girl fired. Feel like that spirit telling me to do it. That's funny. Sorry, Salava, I'm gonna reverse that here. I'll give you your correct timestamp here. Yeah, but maybe, um, she's just going through a rough time herself, having a lot of stuff going on and is in fear and in this place of acting like a 2-year-old. So it's like, um, we don't know what's going on in her life. She could be fighting a battle with her ex-husband to keep her children, and she's, having a horrible time at the job because her boss is, harassing her and this is happening, that's happening. Maybe she has all these boulders happening, and you just both kind of collided at the same time. This mirror of going, you know what? Instead of firing her, I'm going to give grace and, you know, send love their way. I'm going to release. That's kind of that letting go. I'm going to let go. I'm not going to invest my energy in that lower vibration. I'm going to focus in on gratitude. But anyway. We can do what we want though too. There's no wrong. There's no right either. All right. So let's get back here. So Salama, thank you so much. Kind of freaked me out. Oh, she was in high school. This is so funny. Oh, yeah. So it's actually the person that you see in face to face, right? Fun, fun. All right, so Salama, you'd like a reading on job opportunities in the coming month as you've been jobless since October of 2025. All right, so for the coming month, what can we know about job opportunities? All right. Well, I do feel like there are great possibilities with these cards because you've got the whoa, sorry, just throwing cards around because you do have the 10 of wands and the magician card. And when you look at these together, you have another one here I'll show you in a sec, but the 10 of wands is ending energy and the magician card is beginning energy, 10 and 1. And it is about changing our energy from focusing on that, like in the 10 of wands, you can look at this and go, "Oh my god, this is a burden." Or you can switch the energy and go, "Look, this looks like harvest." So when we get the magician wand energy, it is possibilities, and it's the possibility has to do with my energy. You have the 8 of swords here, which does show you've been questioning your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets around job and everything that have been making you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small, and so you've been changing your mindset around it. But this is like changing your energy. If you rather than focusing in on which I know when it starts to get time, it's like, "I've been jobless since 2025. I haven't had a job, I haven't had a job, I haven't had a job." What happens is that the universe supports our desire to not have a job, because that's what we're talking about, right? And that might be our focus of our energy when we're subconsciously or unconsciously. But it's like going into a donut shop and pointing out all the donuts I hate. I'm going to get a dozen of those donuts. If I focus on all the donuts I love, I'm going to get a box of donuts that I love because I'm pointing them out to the baker. So the universe is like the baker. And if I look at and go, all right, creator, baker, you know what the jobs that I have loved or the things that I've loved about jobs in the past, this job, I really like that about that job. Doesn't mean you have to have loved the whole job, just the little things that you loved about all your jobs and the gratitude you had for experiencing those that draws job toward us. If I'm focusing on why I lost my last job or that I haven't had a last job or the things I hope I don't have to ever have again in a job, I'm actually inviting all of that to me instead of pushing it away because whatever we're focusing our energy on is what we draw toward us. So I like this that it's let the old things go, the old mentality, the old things, and I'm going to focus on the things I love. And that's where this possibility changes and it draws it towards you. So I like that for you. That's what they have for you. Salama. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Alicia. So Alicia, let's do yours is 40344. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. And your free question, Aryan sings current feelings for you. All right, let's take a look here. What are their current feelings for you? Got those. Nope, what else? All right. So we do have the Justice card, Libra energy, a lot of thinking energy, air energy. It rolls over the relationship of no, the house of relationship. I go, the relationship of what? No, it's the house of relationships. And then the 6 and you got the 6 of pentacles here too. So there is this balancing energy because the 6 of pentacles, I mean, literally, let me see. I'm just gonna show you up closer here. You see they both have scales. It's all about the balancing, the going back and forth, seeing things from a different perspective too. But it does feel like their emotions are back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But it's a lot of mental energy with the Justice card. There's something to do with this having a cycle of being an overgiver and like ending up in codependent relationships where people use them, um, want them for what they can give, and then they give and they give and they give until they're exhausted, and they continue to give until they're resentful, and then the relationship doesn't turn out well because that's not a good combination for a relationship, for a healthy one that lasts. And I feel like that's why they kind of go back and forth because they feel balanced, but then suddenly things they start to go out of balance and they back off. But I feel like there is this energy here of considering, that this could be a an equal relationship, and they see that, but I feel like they're the one that keeps going out of balance, and then it's like it's almost like a computer or something that overheats and then it shuts down, and it's like whenever it goes out of balance, they kind of withdraw, and you're like, "What happened?" And then bring it reboots, and then they're back, and you're like, "Oh, okay." And then they change again, and it's that because it's the scales keep on going back and forth, but I do feel like there is interest there, a lot of mental energy and a lot of course, earth energy. There's not, like, this passion energy or this big emotional energy yet, but I feel it's because they're very careful. It's like things have to be perfectly balanced for them, then they allow things to unfold. So, hopefully that helps. That's what they got there for you. So many blessings, Alicia. All right. And then we have Deb 40701 for the birthday girl. Happy birthday to you. So here's your timestamp. And you just want whatever spirit has for you. I don't know if I really want to do this creatrix one. I feel like I'm being drawn to it's this one. Is it the cosmic? Yeah. It's the Cosmic Journey Oracle. That makes sense because this is all about your next rotation around the sun. So let's give you a fortune cookie here or an oracle for your birthday. Happy birthday to you. All right. It's this one here. So what did they want you to know? You are perfectly imperfect. Number 34. I love this big star card because that's the Aquarius energy and the tarot, right? So let's see here what message comes in here. Says we somehow want to be seen as perfect with absolutely no defects, holes, or scars, but those imperfections, perceived imperfections, right, make you more beautiful rather than less. They give you more empathy and more strength to face anything. When your heart is cracked wide open, the light finds its way in. That's how the song of our soul can flow into our lives. We got the singing again. Cracked wide open. I'm sorry, crack wide open. Your pain has meaning. Your sorrow has held tremendous significance beyond what you may have considered already. Embrace it all because your healed wounds become the medicine our world desperately needs now. That sounds a lot like some sort of program you're involved in. I also they showed me here. In fact, at first I thought that's where they were going to talk about this, but in Japan, and you probably heard this before, whenever any like a vase cracks, they repair it with gold, which actually makes it even stronger than it was before it got cracked. So I like that energy here, about your anything that felt broken has been filled with gold, and you're even more stronger than you ever were before you got cracked. And we've all been cracked in a way, cracked wide open from all this. Your cosmic catalyst question is, what greater meaning can I now see coming from my greatest suffering? Wow. And your cosmic checkbox, if you want to do this, list 5 situations that cracked you wide open. Then take an elevated view. What have you learned from those situations? What good things in your life would you not have without having experienced that situation or having learned what you did? Wow, I love that. Beautiful, beautiful message. Happy birthday. Crack wide open. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. You crack me up, Deb Deb. And happy birthday to you, my dear. And cheers. Let's do it. Everyone, if you want to do a cheers to Deb Deb for um, a blessing for your next rotation around the sun. May it be filled with more unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude that you almost can't even stand. So many blessings to you. Cheers, cheers. All right. So many blessings. All right. Minu, you are up at 4:11:44. Look all those fours and ones. I love you too. All right, Minu. Universe's message for you. Let's take a look here. All right. So we got the 8 of Wands and the 5 of Pentacles. I feel like you've been getting a lot of kind of synchronicities and messages here around these fears of being left behind, being left on the cold, being abandoned, of not having enough, of not being enough. The 8 of Wands is a lot of energy, and it feels like that you might have been having a lot of these experiences that are bringing that fear, that trigger up over and over and over again. But it is happening not to torture you, but to free you from it because it's the timing of this point in your life that there's this thing that you need to face to free you from it so that you can go on to the next step and to the next adventure that you're wanting to go through. And I feel like it's something that's just been getting louder and louder and louder, but it's good. I like this, beautiful energy of freedom that comes in, this wonderful change that happens because part of what you're learning is that it's not humanity that brings you your sustenance in life. Part of this 5 of Pentacles change is that, you know, we realize we experience the feeling of abandonment when we think that humans are what bring us what we need in life. Because when a human feels unsafe and out of control, they will abandon you like no other. I have to think of some phrase that goes with that. But um, because that's what our little inner child does. We go into survival mode. We take back, I need it all. We panic. We act like a 2-year-old who wants all the toys, you know. I need all the toys. No, don't take them away. I'm not going to have any toys. So that's where we learn that fear. But when we realize it's the creator source that brings us everything we need in each moment, and even more than just what we need. But because they love us so much, they want to give us more. Just sometimes it comes through the shipping company of humans, is how it comes to us. But, um, it's like I'm here. I'm going to be 59 years old, 59 years young. I know Deb Deb, 59 years young in a couple weeks. And when you look back and I'm like, I've always had everything I needed or I'd be dead right now. So I can develop this trust in the creator that you always make sure I have what I need. And I'm so grateful. And then that changes from this feeling of lack and fear to a feeling of gratitude and abundance. And I feel like that's a big piece of what's been messaging that's been coming around in your life to show you that, and it does change your life, as it comes in there. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right, then we have Madison. You are up. So, Madison, here is your time stamp here. So, Madison, your question is about a potential match at work. Was the atmosphere not right for him to pursue me? What kind of interaction was this? All right, let's take a look here. Yay! I know, finally. Thanks for your patience and getting to your reading, Madison. Let's take a look here, see what we got here. So, was the atmosphere not right for him to pursue you? And what kind of interaction was this? All right. Well, there was attraction there with the Knight of Wands. That's the, passion and attraction energy. And so there is this, this, desire for action. It's energetic and physical attraction energy that was there. So, I like that. But we had the King of Cups, which King of Cups is a very balanced energy between heart and head, the mind. And so I feel like they're not someone, which I like this about them, is they're not someone that just is attracted and goes for it like a king of wands is someone who, and like a king, we got the king of cups. A king isn't like a little prince who just can't control their loins and their passions and, you know, it's like, "Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna go for that." And then, "Oh, and now I'm gonna go for that. Oh, now I'm gonna go for that." That's what a young prince does because they have their hormones like a little horny chihuahua humping everyone's legs, right? It's like, no, they had that attraction, but they also have that control, that balance of, I want I want I feel like they want passion, but they also want emotion and they also want communication. So, I feel like they don't act that quickly on pursuing, and they like to watch. They like to observe, they like to gather and then find out if it's someone, because I feel like they've invested in the past and with other people, and they find out, "Oh, people are they're not able to bring me that stuff, so why invest my energy in it and go through it all? I'm just tired of going through all that. I wanna observe and get to know someone and then see what happens." So, I don't feel like there is this, you know, um, speediness to them. They like to take their time and gather information, if that makes sense. All right. So hopefully that helps, Madison. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. You're welcome, Minu. Hey, Ankita. Good to see you. I know, right? Let's see here. Yeah, I do see your question here, Ankita. They didn't keep it a secret from us this time. So thank you so much. Let's get you onto the free list here. I don't think there was anyone else. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anyone else here. Not that I know of. All right. So you are up, Ankita. So Ankita, you're at 41907. Here is your timestamp. All right. To whom will you be married? I mean, have I met my future spouse? I promise God not to ask questions about love directly, like if one person feels for me or not. So I had to ask this way. They're still watching. No, creator doesn't, have an opinion like whether you should or shouldn't. Like I promised them, they're like, well, that's for you. If you're promising them for you, that's for you. The creator doesn't care. They're like, enjoy your adventure any way that you want. There's no judgment from them. So let's take a look here. Have you met your future spouse? Do you know them already based on current energies? All right, we'll ask that first. We got the 5 of Cups energy here. Um, I don't feel like you have. This 5 of Cups energy, 5 brings me an energy of stepping stones. And I feel like you have or will have 5 emotional stepping stones, meaning 5 either, it doesn't have to be like significant long-term relationships or anything like that. But it's you've had 5 individuals that you were very drawn to with your heart, that you did feel the sorrow in things not working out with them. And I mean like significant sorrow, not like, oh, I want to go out with them. It's more like oh, I really wanted something to happen with them. But I feel like there's 5. So how many have you had? Count them. Let's see, there was so and so in high school, right? And then there was so and so in college, and then there was so and so that worked down at that grocery store. He was so cute. And then there was, and if you haven't had 5 yet, there's some more to go. But you haven't met them yet, because you've got these 5 stepping stones before you meet them. Can you tell us anything about this other person? Yeah. And you do. You have this high priestess time where you have this little bit of alone time where you're reflecting, but you will find someone. You have the 6 of wands. It will be this feeling of victory, but I feel like you're gonna find them when you're not looking and when you're out living your passion with the 6 of wands. Um, because the high priestess energy is you're in reflection mode, you're doing something that you love to do, not looking for love as your job or a hobby, but doing something that you feel is a hobby, something that you really enjoy, um, and you're out doing it, and while you're out, um, experiencing that, not with one eye going, "Are they here?" But you're truly into enjoying what you're doing. You bump into someone who's also doing the same thing, and that's where the spark happens. Not in trying to find love and pursuing love, but living your love, living your enjoyment, following your heart and doing something. And, um, and then there's this beautiful, you know, shared passion in what you guys are doing, which sparks with each other, and then you have that commonality, and then something grows from that. That's how I kind of feel like it unfolds there. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So hopefully that helps a little bit. Hey, Alexis, I actually completed a reading for you. I'm not sure what it was since it was a couple hours ago, maybe. Here's your timestamp, though, for the reading that I did earlier. If this is a different one, I only do one free question per person per session. But I'll be back if you want more. Tomorrow's Sunday already, right? Yeah. So I'm on Wednesday through Sundays at 5 p.m. Mountain Time. Or if you want to make a donation, you can make as many donations as you want, and we can do that. But I only do one free one per session. So I like it. um, so I think that's everyone here. Make sure. Yep. So if you guys haven't entered for my full moon, new moon drawing, every new moon and full moon, I do have a giveaway, a drawing for the chance to win a 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my hedges, my energetic hedges. So the link's down here. It's always in the description box or description area of the videos. So the most recent stream will have the most current giveaways in there and dealios. Like we just put out a new hedge of health, which is one of my energetic hedges. That's on sale for until like I think February 12th. So that's $35 instead of $50, which is what they normally are. So if you're interested, you can check that out. That's the video that talks about all about what the hedge is of health. And then also we have a new podcast episode out. My podcast is The Easier Path. Comes out every 2 weeks. We just haven't come out Thursday, which this one's called Easing the Pain. So if you want to check that out or catch up on any of the others, the playlist is in the description box of the video. Of course, always on my main page of my YouTube channel at the top are all the playlists. And if you haven't checked out the new moon in Capricorn, I'm starting a series 2, making the most of new moon energy. So a couple days before every new moon and full moon, I'll put out a video talking about how to make the most of the new moon wishes and intentions. And then before a full moon, how to make the most of the kind of releasing ritual as well. So fun stuff. A lot of all that's free. So enjoy all of that. And thank you guys again for all the thumbs up. I'm so grateful for having you guys along for this amazing adventure we're on together. And so just amazed at your hunger and thirst for hearing from spirit. I know this day and age, we love to hear as much as we can from them. And I enjoy learning a lot through all of your guys' readings. And reminders galore for me. So just know we're all in this together. All right, everybody. Well, I'm going to head out. I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, remember, every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you guys again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. Stay warm for those of you that are in all of the cold weather going on. So stay safe and much love. We'll see you guys soon.